Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the South Coast, where we are very pleased to bring you the Women's National Basketball League Division 1 fixture between the Solent Kestrels and the Bristol Academy Flyers here at the Solent Sports Complex for home of the Solent Kestrels. Very pleased you can join us here on this very warm, blustery day on the South Coast. Whilst the sun is shining outside, we'll be hoping that stars provide just as much warmth and entertainment here on the inside. This stream is brought to you as ever by Sonar Events. We bring you weekly coverage of both the men's and women's teams of the Solent Kestrels, providing you live coverage throughout the season. Today we have two teams who have struggled so far this season, but we'll be hoping to turn that around and end the season on a high. As they look, instead of looking backwards, they decide to look forwards into the new year and the new season ahead. As you see the form there, both teams struggling. The Kestrels without winning their last 5. The Bristol Academy Flyers having slightly better fortunes with just one win, but of course they do have that massive win earlier in the year. We now turn our attention to the teams. The Kestrels, the home side first. Number 4, Lily Blunt. Number 5, Tilly Goddard. Number 6, Ruby Late. Number 7, Liz Sherwood. Number 8, Santia Britson. Number 9, Faith McDowell. Number 10, Chloe Ismafuna. 11, Wilma Harrison. 12, Amanda Liberto. 13, Erlise Jackson. 14, Florrie Cotterill. And 15, Gabby Costova de Brava. And of course, their coach on the sideline, Annie Scanlon, who took midway through the season due to the departure of Robbie Connell. And now the Flyers. Their players on the court today: Azaria Abdi-Waite, Ori Amadi, Christina Bagicha, Maisie Grant, Chloe Hinnett, Veronica Iwanya, Layla Jepson, Kim Crane, Christina Alvarez-Lopez, Estella Maloney-Danvers, Mara Machizotti, Alice Matthews, Joelle Moreno, Olivia Jean-Giselle, Sylvia Vega and Hannah Wallace. Their coach on the sideline today is Darren Oakey. My name is Joshua Stewart and I will be your host today as these two teams hope to end their seasons with a green instead of a red on their last 5 column. The two sides have struggled, as I mentioned earlier, but Bristol hold a key edge going into today's lineup. They did win the reverse fixture, holding the Kestrels to just 38 points. But the Kestrels have changed a lot since that time. Annie Scanlon has come in as the coach after the departure of Robbie Connell, has seen a massive change in the style of play for the Kestrels. They're focusing a lot more on the interior, a lot more scoring from in the paint and getting the rebounds. And they have suffered, they've got a huge boost in that. The return of Wilma Harrison, who's been missing for the past few weeks through illness, but she's back today and offers a very key physicality the Kestrels will be sure to take advantage of. Meanwhile, the Bristol side do average more points per game for a lot more players, but they have struggled a lot with injuries so far this season, which means that even though they, on paper, should score a lot more, they may struggle to do that in actuality, missing those key players. But, as ever, the paper does not tell the full story. Both teams have suffered very close, agonising defeats, with the Kestrels losing by 8 in their last 2 and just 1 point in the game before that, because they lost to Birmingham last time out, the only side they have managed to beat so far this season. They'll be hoping to turn that and take that momentum into a good form today. We spoke to both coaches, Annie Scanlon and Darren Oakey, earlier today, and here's what they had to say going into today's fixture. Annie, we're back again for another double-header for the women's team, 2 games in 2 days. That's going to be quite a tough ask to finish the season off.
Yeah, double-headers are always tricky. The 18s that play in the women's side as well have had that all season for most weekends, so they know what it's like to do a back-to-back. I think the toughest thing for us is to get the girls to focus on today's game, and then we worry about tomorrow's game when today's game's finished.
So today you are facing Bristol, a team who did beat you in the reverse fixture. What are you hoping to change to hopefully avenge that loss?
I think the biggest thing for us is to control the rebounds and control the boards offensively and defensively. They have some very skilled players that will rebound every single thing. So our key point today is controlling those boards and learning when we have the advantage on offense to then take that advantage.
Speaking of getting rebounds, someone who's very key in that aspect, Wilma Harrison, she has returned to the side and hopefully will be able to get some minutes on the court. How big of a boost is that to have her back in the side?
Yeah, Wilma brings a different depth to the squad. She's a good three-point shooter, so if it was ever a tight game and she'd hit a couple in the game, she'd be one person we'd look to go to. I think she controls the offense quite well as well, so it's nice to have her back in the squad this weekend.
The last few games for the women's side, I've seen a lot of close scores, a lot of agonising defeats. Are you hoping that the girls in the squad today will take those lessons and hopefully put that into the new energy and go across the line?
Yeah, I think the last 2 games have been 8-point games. They've been frustrating. There's been defensive assignments that have been missed, but the girls know that it's that close that they can take the win. So we're hoping today and even tomorrow that they do take that win.
And finally, Tilly Goddard remains the club's top scorer. Are you hoping that she will be able to continue that hot form?
Yeah, we're hoping so. She is a player that can create on offense. She's very agile in her movements as well. So the big thing for Tilly at the minute is making her recognise when the advantage is there and when it isn't.
Thank you for talking to us and good luck for today.
Thank you so much.
So, Darren, ahead of today's game, you're coming up against a side you've already beaten this season. Does that give you confidence going into today's game?
I think I've looked at the tape and looked at your performances recently, and the team's definitely performed. So, and obviously Cola last time out here, I think, was a very tight game. So, no, I think we have to put that confidence to one side and get on with the job.
Last time out yourselves, you played against Ipswich, a very tough Ipswich side, and just came out on the losing side. Are you hoping that your players will take that loss into their stride and hopefully bounce back again today?
Yeah, I mean, we started the game up against it, I think, and then really we showed a lot of strength because we brought it back to about 8 at one point, finished the game losing by 12, which I think, overall, I think if we'd got maybe a better start, we would have pushed them closer.
Of course, it is now the end of the season. How are you looking back at the season? Is it a successful one? Is it one for growth? What are your thoughts as we come to the end?
I think, so last season we were pretty much in the same position as Solent were for at least half the season. And come Christmas, we sort of managed to start turning things around. This year, we recruited really well, but suffered a lot of injuries. And I think we've just failed at the critical point. We've lost to Cola by 2 and 1. So I think overall we've improved. We just need maybe take some consistency from this season into next season.
Speaking of consistency, you have 3 players who've averaged over 10 points a game, and you're up against a side today that only have had 1 player able to do that. That's got to be quite a good statistic to have in your back pocket.
I think if they were all fit and available, it would be, yeah. So we've got a couple of people out. Layla got injured in the last game. She was on 20 points after 18 minutes, but I don't think we'll see her again this season. Kim, Mara, Wally, they're all in the team today, so a little bit more pressure on them to pick up a bit of the slack. Christina, our captain, she's been out for over a month, so she won't be out there today. So I think we have scorers, but it just puts more pressure on those 3, where usually sometimes we're spread out across 5 players.
Well, thank you for talking to us today, and good luck ahead of today's game.
Thank you.
There we had both coaches talking to us before the game, both optimistic that they can add another win to their column. Of course, as you heard down at Oakie there, they are struggling with injuries the away side. Bristol only bringing 9 players with them. They can't have any more with them. Unfortunately, the rest of them are in the treatment room. But they are by no means an easy challenge, as Solent found out before. Of course, just scoring 38 points all game against the Flyers last time round. They'll be hoping they can at least do better than that this time. As we see there, Andy Scanlon giving last-minute instructions as we're just 25 seconds off the tip-off. There are no cheerleaders here today. They're off doing a national competition, but that has not stopped the crowd from taking up the mantle, bringing their own signs, bringing their own drums, bringing their own atmosphere, trying to help this home side to just their 2nd win of the season. Of course, a very different team that Solent had last time these two sides met. Very different style of play, and perhaps most importantly, a very different coach. Of course, Robbie Connell was the man in the hot seat last time these two sides met, since his mutual agreement departure. And Scanlon has changed the style and has talked a lot about getting those rebounds, as she said in her interview, working hard on the boards, making sure those second chance points are either stopped on the defensive side and scored and taken advantage of on the attacking side of the court. So we get ready now to start as Alicia Jackson lines up for the home side against Marchisotti for the visitors. Two strong women in the centre there who will be hoping to dominate the paint on both sides. As we get a false start there. Perhaps showing how eager they are to get this penultimate game of the season underway for the Kestrels. Of course, it's a double-header weekend for them. They've also got a visit of Reading Rockets tomorrow. But possession goes the way of the Flyers. The Flyers with a nice layup, but doesn't get the bounce she was looking for from Wallace, and so really late. Finds Mafuna in the corner. Cotterill just surveying her options. She with a long-range pass gets picked off, and the easy bucket for Amadi. She says thank you very much and gets the scoring underway. Late on the wing. Alicia Jackson, he's very in tandem because David Abreva as Cotterill gets the Kestrels off the board. Someone who's found a new lease of life in this new system at the Kestrels, finding the points and the scoreboard a lot more frequently as she did in the first half of the season. Of course, had a long time out of injury as well. Perhaps gave her the opportunity to go back, analyse her game, find the weaknesses and address them. It's the fadeaway finish from King, doesn't go in. Blunt carries it forwards. Tries to hope for a shot, but no luck at all as the ball was swatted out of there by Marchisotti. And so Blunt to get the ball started again. Finds late on the perimeter. Late again, goes for the high arcing shot. Doesn't get it, but on the transition, here comes Wallace. Draws the foul. It's Mafuna, a bit too forceful there, trying to stop that break happening. So that's the first foul. It goes the way of the Kestrels. Marchisotti can't get the free to go though. Blunt to late to Jackson. To Blunt in the corner. Her three doesn't go either. Nice spin move there from King. Finds Amadi. But Cotterill on the board. Gets the rebound, gets the foul.
Defensive rebounding.
That's a foul apiece early on in the first quarter here. Amadi seeing all the action for her side. The only points, the only foul coming her way. It's Mafuna. Exchanges a little 1-2 with Jackson. Jackson gets her own rebound, then loses it. Danvers finds Wallace. It's nice movement there, but can't get the bounce off the glass she was looking for. Blunt has grown into the Solent side as the years gone past. finding herself more and more the key person as Jackson draws a shooting foul. Earns herself a trip to the line.
Jackson will go to the line and shoot two.
Of course, the Kestrels not the most successful side from the free-throw line. It's the first substitution of what happened to Chizotti being replaced by Irania.
Chizotti heads to the bench. Veronica Rubiano into the game.
And she misses both. So here comes Wallace, and the Flyers get the first three of the game. Maloney Danvers with the long range shot. And then again tipped by Amadi, having a lot of success reading the passes from Solent early on. Mafina finds Jackson. Again, tough finish through contact, doesn't get it. But Wallace now on the transition. Tries to go through the contact, doesn't get it. And then the block sends her to the floor. Blunt finds late. Back to Blunt. Good find to Cotterill in the centre of the paint. And Cotterill, the nice layup off the glass. Gives her fourth of the night. For the day even, with this earlier tip-off time. There's the offensive foul called there. Oh, and Amadi has her second already. Just under 4 minutes gone. Tries to set the illegal screen there. Blunt coming forwards again. A few boos heard from the crowd here as referees decide that went the way of the visitors. Already the crowd really up for this matchup. Wallace goes for the three, doesn't get it. And so Blunt again, so frequently seen on that sideline, putting the ball back into play. Exchanges with Jackson. Late, pump fake for the three, finds Jackson. Again goes through the contact. Gets the whistle. Drawing the fouls from everyone so far, Alicia Jackson. Using that veteran experience to good measure early on here. That's Maloney Danvers there, about time. Timeout called by the Flyers. Already 14 fouls in the first quarter, and we're not even halfway through. That's something Coach Downoki will want to address, especially when you've got a depleted squad. You do not want people to foul out or be in foul trouble early on. It's not a risk you want to take and have to force people who don't necessarily want to be on the court to stay out there. See both coaches very calm at the moment. No stress creeping in, no panic. It's just a 1 point separating the two sides. As we remember from the last time these two sides met, it was not the highest scoring fixture. It seems a similar tale so far. 69-38 is the score back in Bristol. Of course, not the furthest distance between these two sides. Not quite close enough to be called a local rivalry or a local derby. but certainly close enough for it to be just that little bit more to get the win. As Jackson again misses from the line. And continues her poor form out of the line. She'll be hoping she can turn that around later on in the game. As Wallace steps up to Goddard. Goes out to the wing, finds below Danvers. Rianya gets the Yan one call. Did well to finish through the contact there, worked the way around Jackson, and now has the chance to make it a three-point play. Sula did really well, using her physicality, drew in the foul, and a nice finish off the glass. As Jackson comes off, replaced by Kostova Dubrova. After a few bounces there, the ball decides not to fall for the Flyers. It remains a one-possession game. It's Blunt. Finds himself running under the basket. Some great ball movement here from the Kestrels as Goddard tries to floater, doesn't get it, and loses possession. Some great ball movement there from the Kestrels. Found a lot of open space, but no one wanted to take that three-pointer. As Wallace pump fakes, gets an in-and-out finish from a close-range layup, but Kane decides to show them how to take the three-pointer and drills it in from long range. That's her first basket of the game. And the whistle called. This time, Ruby late drawing it in. And that's the fifth team foul already. The first for Hinnett this time around, as Late gets her trip to the line. Referee's just telling Darren Oakey to calm down after a little bit of an outburst on the sideline. As Late misses her first. Kestrel struggling on their free throw attempts so far today. And again misses. 0 for 6 today for Kestrels. From the line. As Maloney Danvers takes the wide open three but doesn't get it. Slate runs into Wallace with Manchester moving her way out. Blunt drives in now. Finds Goddard in the corner. Can't get the three to go. Cotterill almost gets the rebound, but somehow Goddard comes up with it. Late goes to the three. Gets it off the glass. Ruby Late gets her first points of the day. And much needed points they were. Maloney Danvers tries to go for a three of her own. Can't get it, and Cotterill does well to keep that in play. Goddard just about keeps possession. Very skillfully done there. It's Kostova Dubrova. Tries to post up and gets to finish. Friendly roll off the iron, but it falls the right way. That's Kostova's first basket of today. And suddenly it's back to a one-point game. And only Danvers finds Wallace. Shot clock ticking down. Wallace, a shot in desperation. And then Rianya can't get it back under control. And the Kestrels get the ball. Stay there, DeBrova. Late. Going for another three. Gets it! Ruby Late catching fire early on here from long range. And suddenly the Kestrels take the lead. There's a three in return, this time from Hinnett. The long range shots flying in from all over the court. There's the interception from Hinnett before Wallace draws the foul.
Called for the blocking foul, her first foul of the game.
This time Blunt called for the foul. So just a little bit too much contact, forcing Wallace off her path as Blunt is taken off for Liberto.
Blunt heading to the bench.
Irania against DeBrova, and DeBrova comes out on top. Should be a very interesting battle between the two of them. As Cotterill just can't get the ball under control. And here comes Wallace. Takes the easy finish. And restores the 3-point lead for the Flyers. So Liberto does really well to keep possession. But the whistle goes. Loose pass there in the backcourt from Kestrels put themselves into more trouble than they needed to be in. But the Flyers will not mind one bit as Melanie Danvers gets ready to set us off again. She finds Kane. Kane's finished too powerful off the glass, but Irania with a much gentler touch gets the finish she was looking for. Another whistle. This time Goddard is trying to be the first Kestrel to get a point from the free throw line. You see here King, too powerful off the glass, but a nice finish from under the basket from Iriania. Something Coach Andy Scanlon would not have wanted to see, having talked about getting those rebounds before the game. It's Goddard. This is her first attempt. 3 Kestrels players now unable to score from the line. And the first one falls. For Goddard, that's her first point, and the first free throw falls for the Kestrels. Will that change their fortunes later on? Iriania loses the ball against DeBrova. Goddard now racing forwards. Gets the whistle. And hits the cameraman on her way. That's the foul, this time on Wallace, her first foul. 7 fouls so far for the Flyers. Just 3 for the Kestrels. Just under a minute remaining in this first quarter. Goddard back to the line. 50% so far today. And she makes it 66%. Makes it a 3-point game. Can she stretch that to 2? Yes is the answer. Suddenly finding a bit of shooting form. Tilly Goddard, and it's now only a 2-point game as the momentum changes yet again. Melanie Danvers. The screen being set by Lopez Alvarez. Wallace on the wing finds Iriania, but the block from Cotterill. But the contact from Liberto came first. I apologise, it wasn't Liberto, it was Cotterill called for that foul. It's one hand with the block, the other hand just a little bit too heavy on the shoulder. Iriania This is her first attempt. It remains a 2-point game. And misses her second. It's Liberto now, leading the transition charge. Late found a lot of form early on. Goes over to Braver from mid-range, can't get it, but Cotterville gets the rebound. But then sends the ball straight into the waiting arms of Hinnett. As one of the coaches from the Bristol Flyers was furious there. Roberto finds Late for another three. Gets it! Ruby Late having incredible form from beyond the arc so far today. 9 points for her. The top scorer so far today. As the buzzer hits for the end of the first quarter, the Kestrels take a 1-point lead. Thanks to that buzzer beater from Ruby Late. Very even first quarter there. Neither side really able to stretch out a lead, and as soon as they attempt to, the other one fights back. The biggest lead was just 6 points when Bristol led 10-4. But that is when Ruby Late, decided to bring herself into the game. 2 3-pointers tied it up. Since then, it has been very difficult to separate the two sides. See there, a bit more outburst from that side of the court as we look at the Bristol bench. A few times the coaches were hitting the advertising boards, clutching their knees in frustration. Whether that's passion or frustration, only they will know. They're only 1 point behind and they've been leading for most of the quarter. So you doubt they can be too upset with how it's gone. You know, much calmer scenes over on the Kestrel side. They're happy with where things are, where they are at the moment. The big question is, will they still be happy in 3 quarters time? As the sides return to the court. To get this second quarter underway.
Here we go, second quarter action. The SSC, Kestrels 18, Flyers 17.
Ruby Late, the one to get us underway. God, doing well to keep that ball under control. As Cotterville drives down the byline. Gets the lucky finish. And gets her 6th point of the day. It's Marchizzotti. Forced out of bounds there by De Braver. Another interesting matchup. I'm sure that will play out today. The two centres. It's Liberto. It's really well to find Goddard waiting in the back corner of the paint. Left wide open in the back alley. And she took the traffic-free route to the basket and the points. Puts her on 5. It's Wallace. Tries to find Marchizzotti, but De Braver does well to tip the pass. Stop that move happening. Wallace against Late. The 3 hits from Hinnett. A corner 3. Closing things together again. As Goddard finds Cotterville again along the baseline. This time can't get the finish. Danvers finds Hinnett. Thought about the 3 again. She's had a lot of success. As King just shows a little bit too much of the ball to Tilly Goddard. Tilly did her best, sorry. Did make sure she took it with her.
Substitution for Flyers.
Melanie Danvers coming off for Amity.
Replacing Melanie Danvers.
It's Hinnett, finds Wallace. And Wallace gets the ball stuck between the rim and the backboard. Which provides a little bit of an opportunity there for the sides to pass on some advice to each other. Quite an impressive finish to get us stuck in that particular position. There you see the ref still managed to retrieve it. And she gets a trip to the line for her trebles. Which she sinks the first of. Can tie it up here. Give her 4. Which she does. Similarly, we've got even terms again. Goddard sees the ball loose, but fortunately for her, did not come off a woman in red. Hinnett finds Wallace. King finds Marcazzotti. Tries the spin finish, doesn't get it. Kostova does well enough to put her opponent off on the shot. Late with a fired pass towards Liberto. Back to Liberto, 4, back to 3. Something not to Goddard again. Found in no man's land in the paint and says, thank you very much. Amadou and Cotterill conceding the foul. Very clear foul, no complaints from anyone on the Kestrels side there.
Substitution for Kestrels.
As Cotterill comes off for Blunt. See that coach Scanlon there, not happy with that call. Quite a needless one. As Amity misses the first. Both sides struggling, not finding regular success from the line. She misses the second. False.
Substitutions for Flyers.
Start there from the Flyers, gives the Kestrels the ball. As Malone Danvers comes back in to Hinnett. It's Liberto. Faces it off against Amadou. Blunt finds Goddard. Whistle blown. It's time the foul called on King. Late finds Liberto. Nice left to Goddard. Goddard hits the 3. Yet another 3 today. It's a 5-point game. Amity to Marcazzotti. Can't get the finish off the glass. Still pointless so far, Marcazzotti. As Blunt goes against Wallace. Goddard, Kostova Dobrova. Nice finish on the spin. Gives her 4. King. Wallace now just trying to think, how can the Flyers close this gap? Marcuzzotti sends Cristobal de Bruyne to the floor. Wallace for the three. Doesn't get it. Left wide open. Kestrels let off that time, but you will not want to give Wallace that many more opportunities. Wide open from that range. It's Blunt. Thought about shooting, decided not to. Cristobal de Bruyne gets the and one finish. Draws the foul, gets the finish. Can now make it a 3-point play. Marcuzzotti with her second foul.
Second foul on Marcuzzotti.
So bided their time, waited for it, and just finger rolled to finish off the iron. De Bruyne makes it a 3-point play, makes it a 10-point lead. The first time this game has seen a lead go into double digits. Now Wallace draws the foul. This time on Cristobal de Bruyne, who very quickly put her hands up and admitted the infringement. And Wallace very quickly makes sure that that double-digit lead disappears. She hits 2 from 2.
Substitution Kestrels. Alicia
De
Jackson.
Bruyne taking off at Alicia Jackson.
Replacing Gary Coulson and De Bruyne.
Blunt carrying the ball forwards, finds late. Back to Blunt. Finds Liberto. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Goddard trying to force a way through. There's a really hopeful looking shot, but does manage to keep possession. 2.9 seconds on the shot clock. Blunt finds Liberto, fires off a quick jumper. Doesn't get it. King now with a foot race against Goddard. Manages to hold her own. Badu. Amadi. Rianya back on the court for Marcuzzotti. Wallace. Shot clock going down. Can't get the finish. Amadi finds Rianya again. And Rianya gets the finish this time around. It's a very scrappy play there from the Kestrels. A loose pass from Jackson. And the late draws in a lunging Rianya. Just trying to plead her innocence that no secondary push occurred there from Ruby late. Roberto finds Goddard. Goddard goes to the 3. Doesn't get it and sends it straight out of bounds. Danvers doing really well there not to touch it. And a short possession goes to the team from Bristol's. Blunt gets called for her second foul of the game. Here comes Amadi. Finds King. Pass to Amadi. Out to the corner, Maloney Danvers doesn't get the free. I think they're maybe in a slight block from Blunt. So Berto finds late to Jackson. Jackson gets the finish in the paint. Gives her two. Blunt finds Goddard. Back to Late. And Late draws the whistle. This time Maloney Danvers for foul. Infringer for the Flyers. It's her second.
Maloney Danvers' second foul of the game.
In the end, it was Amity who was sent to the floor. So Late finds Jackson. Goddard does really well to keep the ball in bounds there. Jackson kind of passes it to herself before Rihanna gets it. They're going to contest the ball. It's going to see a jump ball. I apologise. So not the best shot, and Jackson immediately knew it, decided to go for the rebound herself. And possession goes away to Kestrels. We'll be late trying to get us underway again. Then immediately concedes possession to the Flyers. Roberto and Amity face off and hit it. So clinical from 3 range, just a pass from Uriania there, just goes out of bounds. King couldn't reel that one in.
Just over 3 minutes to go in the first half.
Goddard finds Late. Liberto to mid-range, can't get it. She struggled from the field so far today. King has a 3 points to her name so far. The pass to Irianda very skillfully manages to go through the legs of Lisa Jackson. Incredulation there from the Kestrels bench, asking why a travel violation wasn't called. As timeout is called. You see here, pass from King, finds Rihanna, goes down, decides to go through the legs of Jackson before eventually passing the ball. Fantastic look of confusion there. And Andy Scanlon's face as to the lack of call of travel. Meanwhile, Darren Oakey decides it's better to perhaps not say anything to draw attention to the call or lack thereof. So even Tilly Goddard expected the call to come her way. 2 minutes 41 remaining in this first half. The Kestrels currently with an 8-point lead. Can they hold on to it? Both teams now return to the court after that timeout by the Flyers. Possession goes the way of the Flyers. Mary Danvers finds King, who gets sent to the floor. And this time the travel call does come. And a wry smile of appreciation there on Andy Scanlon's face. And Sam Liberto drawing in the foul. Maloney down with us again. That's our third.
Trying to put pressure on in the front court.
Great defence there from Goddard to make sure King was forced into that travel decision. Faith McDowell, who's just been introduced to the game, she gets the whistle. She also gets a trip to the foul line.
Maria Maddy called for the pushing foul. Her first of the game. Faith McDowell heads to the line and shoot two.
Anya's first foul today.
Flyers. Ella Wallace checking back in.
Meaning all but one Flyers players have a foul to their name. Lopez Alvarez, the only one so far who's there on the right side of the whistle. McDowell misses her first attempt, but gets second. Gets her on the board. There is Lopez Alvarez. Nice game. Anya, the whistle comes against the Kestrels. Again, more confusion there. As some of the calls from the Kestrels bench not totally agreeing with the decisions being made. Anya at the line, shoots her first. See the contact there from Liberto. Anya's second attempt falls. 2 from 2 on that trip to the line. This makes it a 7-point game. McDowell finds Jackson. Back to McDowell. Sees her shot blocked by Anya. And McDowell trying to keep it in play, can only find Wallace. And Wallace loses the ball but keeps possession.
Retain possession inside the last 2 minutes of the first half.
King finds Wallace with a 3. Doesn't get it. This time Lopez Alvarez gets it in the paint from the elbow. Doesn't get it off the glass. Until Goddard finally comes down with the rebound. She races forwards, almost gets to finish, but not quite, just slightly too much power on it. The mid-range there from Hinnett. Gives her 2. Timeout called.
And to knock down the 2, forcing Kestrels to call timeout.
By the Kestrels this time. See Hinnett there. Nice move, a nice pull-up, and a nice finish. Again, both sides never really able to stretch out and keep hold of a significant lead. Flyers done well with half a deficit from earlier on in this second quarter, in fact. There, Darren using the magic whiteboard we see so often on that sideline. There's a lot less players on that side of the court, considering all the injuries they're currently battling. But they'll be hoping they can still rise up to the challenge, just as they did in Bristol last year in 2023. Just over to Braver, returns to the court. So Goddard to get us underway. Just over a minute and a quarter. As the pass is tipped by Wallace and possession goes the way of the Flyers early on. And the easiest finish you'll have all day from King. Goddard is trying to wiggle, find some room. Late from three. Gets it. She has found her range today. As a three in return doesn't go from King. Nice cut inside. Finds Awanya. Awanya gets the foul. Again, more complaints from the bleachers from the Solent bench. Ruby Lake 4 from 4 for 3-point range so far today.
Substitution for the Flyers.
Zurianda up the line, doesn't get the first. Struggled a lot early on from the line, got into some form and then seemingly has lost that form again. Very inconsistent from the line around there. And makes that one. Dow going forwards. Got to take as much time as possible off this clock. Just a second separating game and shot. It's late for the three. Gets it, 5 from 5 from 3-point range from Ruby Late. That's a half-court shot from Maloney. Danvers doesn't go anywhere near in. Ruby Late setting the tone as the half-time buzzer goes. The corner three, this time finding success. And so the half-time buzzer goes. The Kestrels 41, the Flyers 33. As you see there, a huge smile from the Kestrels bench and Annie Scanlon. As that's 3 from Ruby Lake, her 5th of the game from 5 attempts. Gives the Kestrels a strong finishing point to a strong first half. Of course, Bristol Flyers still very much in this. We've seen both sides claw back from deficits of around 6, 7, 8 points. So they will not be too disheartened at all. But of course they are not in the position they'd rather be in. Stick with us, we'll be back after a short break here at half-time. And we'll bring you the second half action then.
Here at Solent Sports Complex in this WNBL Division 1 game between our visitors, the Bristol Flyers, and your home Solent Kestrels. Currently leading all the scorers with 15. Silly Goddard has 10. Has 9 for our visitors. Chloe Hyden has 8. Gabby Costa-Dobreva with 7 for the Kestrels so far. Florrie Cottrell, 9 rebounds, dominant on the boards. Veronica Iriani with 6 to go with her 9 points. Lily Blunt has 3 rebounds. Hannah Wallace has 3. And Orai Amani has 3 as well. Filling up the assist column, Lily Blunt, Fernando Roberto, Tilly Goddard, all with 3 assists apiece. Ruby Lake with 2, Gabby Costa-Dobreva with 2 assists. In the blocks column is 1 apiece for Glory Turbafuna for the Kestrels and Iwianya Marchesotti for the visitors. A reminder that you can vote for your player of the game on the Solent Kestrels app. Open the app, press the
National Basketball League Division 1 fixture between the Solent Kestrels and the Bristol Academy Flyers. After a half-time break, it is for Kestrels who hold the lead, leading by 41 to 33. And it's down to no small part Ruby Late with 15 points. But what's quite remarkable about those 15 points is they all came from 3-pointers. And in fact, they all came from the only 3-point shot she has taken. She's 100% from beyond the 3-point line as Lily Blunt gets us underway. So an 8-point lead for the Kestrels. Will they be able to hold on for just their second win this season? Or will Bristol will be able to fight back and break hearts here on the south coast? Of course, the Kestrels have already done better than they did the last time these two sides met. The Kestrels scored only 38 all game long, as Wallace opens the scoring for this second half. King tries to get the 3, doesn't get it. And Marchesotti deemed the last person to touch it. I apologise, Cotterill. That was the one who called for the last contact with the ball. See a 3 again from Maloney Danders. 3 points have slowed a little bit for the Flyers as Dobreva replies with a nice finish. Amity finds King to Wallace, back to Amity, tries to fire it forwards but can only find Tilly Goddard. Goddard draws the whistle. This time, Wallace getting her second foul of the game. It's a little bit too much contact leaning into Goddard there.
Possession with Bristol.
Possession goes back to the Flyers. 5 points for lead now. Marchesotti, easy as you like layup, gets her first point of the game. And it's now already a 1-possession game. as it has been all game long. No lead stays together for long in this match. Both teams hit back very, very quickly. Downwards finds Amadou. A little bit of volleyball between Marcazotti and Ruby Late there, with Ruby Late coming out on top. Blind in the corner, finds Dobreva, goes to the mid-range, gets it! The long-range two-pointer puts her on 11. She joins Goddard and Late in double digits. Steering fires Marcazotti, goes the long way round, doesn't get it. And the whistle called against her, I believe it was for travelling. Goddard. They thought about the three. Instead, finds Late. Ends up kicking it out of bounds. If he's trying to find a return pass to Dobreva. Fortunately, a slight height mismatch there between Marcazotti and Late. Skiang does well to keep possession there. Woody in the corner finds Maloney Gambers. That's her third three of the day. Goddard drives, gets the very fortunate bounce high off the glass, but falls through the hoop. Scotty this time finding some form now. Struggled in the first half, but he's got 2 baskets to her name already in this second half. Ruby Late misses her first three. I apologize, that's Tilly Goddard missing her three-point attempt. She's got 12 so far today. Whistle called, Marcazotti again, turning the ball over.
Travelling violation called against Flyers. Kestrels possession.
Tilly Goddard comes out for glory as an Afuna. Late against Amadou. Finds Blunt. Yet to score today. May have been the commentator's curse there. She missed that shot. Wallace misses the layup but gets a trip to the line. Draws the foul.
Lily Blunt called for a foul.
That foul called on Blunt.
Wallace will go to the line and shoot 2.
Makes the first. But misses the second. As Liberto comes on for Blunt.
She heads to the bench on 3 fouls.
Wallace with a fantastic block from Cotterill. Wallace looking for the blocking foul, didn't come. Dobreva from mid-range gets it. That all started with a fantastic block from Florrie Cotterill. This time Wallace again gets a trip to the line.
Ruby Lane called for the block.
Wallace makes the first. Misses the second, just like the last time. Cotterill very quickly being swallowed up there. Is Mafuna trying to find someone. Gets a 1-2 off the foot of Liberto. And DeBrava goes to the free but doesn't get it. And the ball falls out of bounds by Mafuna. They say you never know if you don't take the shot. DeBrava is not a natural 3-point scorer. So it remains a 2-point game. Amity now. To King. King with the step back, doesn't get it. Amity finds Maloney Danvers, doesn't get it. Cotterill gets the rebound. It's Mafuna driving. Has to pull up. Cotterill for the free. Doesn't get it. Off the iron. King gets the rebound. Wallace misses and then concedes the over the back foul.
Third foul of the game.
It's a third foul.
Nice work on the defensive boards by Florrie Cotterill. Substitution coming for Florence.
Iwanya gets ready to return to the court.
Iwanya replacing Amani.
Roberto coming forwards now. Finds DeBrava mid-range, taking a few shots from there. Roberto sends her mark to the floor and finishes at the rim. Wallace waiting for the call yet again. It doesn't come. It will be late. Takes the ball forwards. Cotter out to Liberto. From the mid-range. Doesn't get a good rebound from Mafuna.
Getting up for the rebound.
Substitution.
Excuse me.
Sees Hinnett return to the court.
Hell ball being called.
As the magic broom comes out. And Wallace turns to the bench.
And Wallace will head to the bench.
Wallace, the only Flyers so far to make double-digit points.
Back into the game.
Cotterill for the quick release, gets for two, and the and one cool.
King
The foul called on King. So Cotterill given the opportunity to make this a three-point play, which she doesn't. Iwanya gets the rebound. Hinnett finds King, finds Iwanya, who responds with an and one call of her own. See Darren Oakey be happy to see his side have cut into that deficit that was growing at half-time. Iwanya converts the and one. Roberto, so few can keep up with her when she drives forward like that. Cotterill runs into so much traffic. The whistle seemed inevitable. And another trip to the line for Florrie Cotterill. There's one of the coaches there for Bristol. Couldn't believe his eyes. The third foul for Marcazzotti.
Christina Lopez-Alvarez will replace Marcazzotti.
Sees her return to the bench in place of Wallace. Cotterill sinks the first. And the second, 2 for 2 for that trip to the line for Florrie Cotterill, puts her on 11 points. And also secures her double-double, 14 rebounds, 11 points for Florrie Cotterill. As Wallace takes the mid-range jumper. Late finds Mafuna. Roberto. Late. It's a nice move, but Wallace was alert enough to make sure it ended before the ball hit the net. Cotterill's quick shot can't go as Mafuna's second chance points don't fall either. And Wallace leads transition. And gets the whistle, much to the disagreement of the Kestrels bench. You can see the surprise and shock for that call. But Wallace gets another trip to the line. It's the second foul on Kostova. Braver. Lopez-Alvarez. Seeing what options she had available. Just a screen, but great defence there from Ruby Late. Having a fantastic game. As Mafuna gets the whistle. As Hinnett takes a lot of contact. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Still such a close game. This is Mafuna, sorry. This is her first attempt. But she makes the second.
Inside the last 2 minutes of the third quarter, Kestrels 56.
Danders. Tries to find Wallace, who can't stop her momentum from taking her out of bounds. Good idea, but just had slight too much on the pass there from the Danders. So they waited for Ruby Late. Cotterill finds Kostova de Braver. Couldn't find a finish that time. Benny Mafuna called on the foul for reaching in. It's her third foul. Sees her come off for Tilly Goddard. As Lopez-Alvarez gets a trip to the line. She gets her first point of the afternoon. She gets the second to make it a 2-point game again. Goddard driving. It's the outside up the backboard. Just baited her a little bit there with that fake pass. Wallace and Maloney Danvers. Coordinate for the free. It comes off and the Flyers take the lead for the first time in the second half. Cotter trying to find Ruby Lake wide open, but her pass only finds the back of the backboard. Careens the ball out of play. Finds Lopez Alvarez. He loses the ball, but Liberto does really well to get possession and finish on the turnover. And the Kestrels take the lead. Two Kestrels games have ended in a 1-point difference in the scores. As Wallace tried to pass the ball to Annie Scanlon on the sideline. I think trying to say that she thought Annie was another player. To be fair to Wallace, she is wearing a red top, the exact same colour as the Bristol's kit. So in the heat of the game, an easy mistake to make. But yes, 2 games this season for the Kestrels have ended in a 1-point difference in the scores. 1 was a win against Birmingham, 1 was a loss against Reading. As Rianya gets her second foul of the game. Which way is this one going to go? As 4.6 seconds remain on the clock as Goddard sinks that first attempt. Can she stretch it to 3-point lead? Yes, she can, is the answer. So the Flyers have just under 5 seconds to end the quarter on a high. And Wallace drives forwards. Can't get the shot off. So, as we head into the final quarter, the Kestrels leading with 60, the Bristol Flyers 57. A game that is still balanced on a knife's edge. The scales balance so finely, a feather from the Kestrels, or a gust of wind from the Flyers could change momentum and the lead yet again. See Annie giving her instructions to the players, surrounded by her coaches. Quite calm, it seems, on that Kestrels bench. She knows what they need to do. The question is whether they can do it. On the other side of the court, the Bristol Flyers. Again, very calm. Both teams not panicking at this late stage in the game. Only 10 minutes left to decide the winner. That's Darren Oakey making sure his players know what they have to do to get out there. A few players on 3 fouls each. They're going to be extra careful not to foul out. Maloney Danvers, King, Marchizotti and Wallace all on 3 for the Flyers. Ellie Blunt and Gloria Mafuna, the 2 on 3 fouls for the Kestrels. So many games end up being decided by foul shots and foul calls. Is this going to be another one? Marchizotti goes to the pump fake.
misses the shot but gets the opportunity to add 2 points anyway from the line. The tallest on the court by a decent margin. Marchisotti, she sinks her first attempt, makes it a 2-point game. She sinks a second. Goddard now. And now it's Liberto trying to get the rebound. Can't get the second chance points. Ruby Late comes in there. King waiting on the perimeter, decides to drive, gets to finish off the glass and gets the lead. Good move there from King, spotting the space and moving into it. Ruby Late is going to have to lead her team back. It's Liberto, good move there. But in the pass just couldn't quite get under till he got out of control. As the young guard calls for calm on her court. Amadi getting the other way there and hit it. Skin leaves the ball behind but manages to go back for it. Finds Amadi. Marchisotti can't get the finish. Cottiel gets yet another rebound. Goddard in the corner, called for travelling. Maddie gets us underway again. To Wallace. To Marchisotti. To hit it. Back to Amadou. Shot clock ticking its way down. King from mid-range. Again, too much power, but Amadou gets the ball. Hit it from 3. Doesn't get it. Amadou wanting the foul. Kestrels getting it. Goddard drawing in the foul from King. That's her 4th foul, King. She's got to be careful not to foul out. Late finds Goddard. Goddard starting to call some plays. Draws the foul. As Amadi gets her 3rd foul. Goddard at the line. Ties it all up yet again. Also puts her level with the joint top scorer, Ruby Late. Cottiel just couldn't quite get the rebound, but the ball comes out. Dobrova gets possession. Goddard for the floater. Can't get it. Cottiel tried to get the rebound, but can only send it out. Goddard can't react quick enough to keep possession for her side.
Substitution for Kestrels. Lady Blunt checks back in, replacing Tilly Goddard.
So Tilly Goddard given a bit of a rest as Lily Blunt returns to the fold. Marcazotti very fortunate to get the tipped pass there. But suddenly, the Flyers start to panic a little bit with the shots and passes they're taking as Marcazotti drills that from mid-range, showing a bit of calm in that storm, giving the Flyers a lead. Cotterill replies with a mid-range jumper of her own. Ties it all up again. Wallace driving. Gets the whistle and takes a heavy fall there. Thankfully seems to be okay.
Ruby Lake called for her third foul of the game, and a Wallace goes to
Ruby Lake gets called off the foul. It's very difficult to run into 3 opposing players and not take a bit of contact as a result. As Wallace misses her first. But makes the second, gives the Flyers the lead again. It's Blunt just trying to figure out where the space is, but can only see her pass into the arms of Wallace. But Cotterill does well to stop possession reaching King. King manages to get the touch, but not possession. So the Kestrels come again. Ruby late, trying for the layup, not having the same success as she did from longer range. The Flyers spread the ball around. And then Marcazotti just fires the ball over the head of Wallace into a thankfully empty section of the bleachers. Otherwise, an unaware fan may have been caught quite off guard. Cotterill now finds the Braver. Braver just padded a tad there. So her shot caroons off the glass. King finds Marcazotti to Amadi. 4 back to 3, decided not to. Blocking foul called on Cotterill. It's her third foul. Again, Annie Scandon not happy with that decision. As Wallace gets underway for the corner 3. Doesn't get it off the iron. King. 8 seconds on the shot clock. King gets the 3 off the glass. Timeout called by the Kestrels as the Bristol coaches welcome their players back to the bench very, very enthusiastically. And when you're leading by 4 with just over 5 minutes remaining, you wouldn't be surprised at that. The home fans here try to do all they can to help the Kestrels turn momentum around, work towards getting that win. You see there, injured players who aren't able to play today still here for the Kestrels. You see Tracy Adegoke there. It's got Wilma Harrison there on the bench as well. Haven't been able to see her on the court, but it's the spirit. Absolutely there trying to push their teammates on. Final words of encouragement from the Bristol Flyers, just called back in after their initial break. Perhaps a last-minute thought occurring to the coaches that they wanted to pass on. Points for difference. Liberto finds late. Dobreva from mid-range doesn't get it. Good boxing out there from the Flyers, stopping Cotterill getting yet another rebound. But still there from Dobreva. Cotterill tries to drive into space, and fortunate that the pass could only bounce off the back of a woman in red. Over finds Cotterill, waited for the block, but doesn't manage to evade the second. Tries to find Dobreva, but again, ball just sent straight out of play by Rianya. 3.3 seconds on the shot clock. Liberto is going to have to shoot. Crowd screaming for her to shoot. She refused to take the low percentage shot, but unfortunately time ran out for her to find a better angle or opportunity. Rianya now driving, looking for the foul, doesn't get it. It's good to see at the end of the day, smiles and hugs and helping each other up off the floor still persists. Cotterill finds late for three, makes her first miss from three-point range today. I was saying that with just under 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, that is quite an accomplishment. Roberto Shadow wasting no time coming forward. They know they've got to press home advantage. Roberto gets the score. 2-point game. Rianda finds Amadi on the perimeter. Wallace drives forwards. King doesn't get it, and Cotterill thinks about the rebound, but holds her head. Seems she got contact at the back of it, but she recovers enough for a strong block there. Something is really bothering Florrie Cotterill. The contact did not do well at all for her, and then Rianya called on the travel. Cotterill in a lot of pain, it seems, still holding the back of her head. Timeout called by the Flyers. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 points separate the sides. One winner can go home happy. Ruby Late and Tilly Goddard currently leading the scoring charts with 15 apiece. Florrie Cotterill and Gabby Kristova Dobreva with 13 apiece. Last for the Flyers, Wallace is 13, leading the way for the visitors. Rianya and Maloney Danvers on 12 each, with King on 10 and Marcazotti and Hinnett on 8. Of course, King on 4 fouls. But on the bench they do have Hinnett. On the bench they do have Lopez Alvarez. So should she have to no longer partake in the game, they do have options. Just 2 points between them. She'll be late. Show some good moves there to create some space. Cotterill faking passes left, right into Liberto for 3. Doesn't get it. Don't quite have enough power on it. It's King. Sent Liberto the wrong way. Does really well. And Blunt just grabs the ball and sits down. No way was she giving up possession that time. Mr. Braver can't get the finish, but does manage to send Amity to the floor. But here comes Amity in return. King. The whistle blown on Liberto, I believe. It's her second foul. As Marchisotti and Maloney Danvers return to the court. As does Tilly Goddard in place of Liberto. So just a little bit too much contact for the referee's liking. Marchisotti posting up, gets to finish off the glass on the hook shot. Makes it a 4-point game. Under 2 minutes remaining. Cotterill in the corner. Finds late to De Braver. Sends a man. The whistle called, but against the Kestrels, it's not what they want. Players on, off, coaches, everyone in the Kestrels organisation not happy at all with that call. And a technical foul has been called against the Kestrels.
Technical foul called on the Kestrels bench for the disagreement with the referee's call.
See there, the Kestrels believing should have been a foul for De Braver, sorry, not on De Braver. As did De Braver, as did Alicia Jackson, as did Tom Merrill, as you see there, and as did Annie Scanlon. And unfortunately, when all those names protested, it did end up in the technical. But it remains 4 points. Marchisotti misses for technical shot. King can't get the 3. De Braver gets the rebound. Blunt finds Cotterill. He finds late, he finds Goddard. Clock ticking down. Goddard doesn't get it. The rebound finds Wallace. King just happy to waste as much time as possible. Zamadi tries to find the space. King drives forwards. And a foul called against Goddard. Annie Scanlon incensed at some of these calls. Goddard doing her best to remain calm and peaceful and asking why the foul was called. This timeout is called by the Kestrels.
34.4 seconds remaining in the game.
Just over 30 seconds. 34.4 exactly remain. 4 points of a difference. As we see the foul here. Goddard seemingly getting hands on the ball, but it not being enough to the liking of the referees. There were definitely 2 hands on the ball, but perhaps the angle or the coming together afterwards not the way the referees want it to be played. With time ticking away, it does seem the Bristol Flyers will be taking a win home. Of course, the Kestrels do come back here tomorrow against the Reading Rockets. As the first falls, makes it a 5-point game. And the second also goes, makes it 6. Kestrels desperately hoping for a Ruby late double. It's the foul on Lily Blunt. She can make it a 4-point game. It's Melanie Danvers who gets her 4th foul. 28.9 seconds remaining. She sinks her first point of the afternoon. Can she make it 2 of 2? No is the answer. Marcazotti gets the rebound. And Amadi draws in the foul.
Second foul called on Goddard.
Goddard gets her 2nd foul, as once again it just seems that the Kestrels don't have enough time to mount that comeback, but they so desperately want to. As Amadi misses the first. She misses the second. Lily Blunt getting the ball. 15 seconds now. The ball comes out in possession of the Flyers. But the foul called goes the way of the Kestrels. Daroki there on the sideline screaming at his players to not let this go. Goddard goes for the shot, misses, and that should be that. As the buzzer goes, the Bristol Flyers take the win with 71 to the Solent Kestrels 66. A 5-point loss for the Kestrels as their search for a second win goes on, as the Flyers move on to 4 wins for the season.
Another performance they can be proud of.
Ruby Late and Tilly Goddard leading the way with fantastic performances, but just couldn't quite get over the line against a more experienced Bristol side. Both teams get their final words from their coaches. Kestrels, as we've just mentioned, will be back tomorrow against Reading. We will bring you a post-match interview very soon, so please don't go anywhere. And make sure to hang around on this stream for the Solent Kestrels men's game against the MK Breakers, which is the winner-takes-all title decider of the National Basketball League Division 2 men's league campaign. Whoever wins will win the league in that game. So we urge you to stay on this stream and make sure you enjoy both the women's and men's games today. Stick around and we'll bring you the post-match interview.
Solent Kestrels player of the game is Ruby Yates with 39% of the votes. Florrie Cottrell really close behind with 36%. Ruby, yet more cake. Congratulations, well played, good job. Okay, we do now need everybody, that's every single person, to please leave the hall, and then you need to check in with your tickets, and you'll have your hands stamped, and then everybody will be allowed back in. Doors open at about 15:15. If everybody could please leave the hall, please, as quickly as possible. As soon as you leave, the quicker we can start letting people back in. That's everybody up on the balcony and down in the main part of the hall. The sooner everybody leaves, the sooner we can get people back in.
Nearly 60 students involved in today's live stream. It's been absolutely fantastic to see it all in action.
That's amazing. It's such a good setup here and a great game day experience. It's growing and growing every year.
I don't need recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. I know this life is right for me. I know the future's bright for me. I know my teachers lied to me. I do it for the ones that came before and nearly died for me. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position.
Well done, everybody.
It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. I want me jogging on the hater, man. When I do that soldier boy, I lay to the left and crack that thing down.
I love who I see looking at me in the mirror. Nothing compares to the feeling right there in the mirror.
Good evening and welcome to the South Coast, where today we have the Men's National Basketball League Division 2 winner-takes-all fixture between the Solent Kestrels and the MK Breakers. It's been a very warm day, it's been a very windy day. Maybe the winds of destiny will change one of these teams, charge into promotion and into Division 1. This event is at, of course, the Solent Sports Complex, the home of the Solent Kestrels. And as always, this stream is brought to you by Sonar Events and Basketball England. We provide live coverage of the Solent Kestrels, both men's and women's games, week in and week out. The women's team has already played today in a narrow loss, but today all attention turns to this game now. It's Kestrels versus the Breakers, second versus first, and of course the winner will take the title. We look at the current form, both teams winning all of their last 5. The Kestrels still undefeated in the league. The Breakers only have 1 loss. That is against the Kestrels way back at the start of the season. The Kestrels who will take to the court today are wearing 0, Russell Garipi, number 4, Asset Aziz, number 5, Sean Mulhern, number 6, Sean Mbura, 7, Elliot Dowds, 8, Danfo Malloy, 9, Issa Brandon, 10, Joe Lloyd, 11, Matt Hughes, 12, Ilias Taiwo, 14, Will Taylor, and 15, Ash Briggs. And of course their coach of this season, Matt Guyman. Now we turn our attention to the visitors, the away side, coming from Milton Keynes. Their team, number 4, Leon Henry, number 6, Eric Arriaga, number 7, Blaine Freckleton, number 8, Nate Robinson, 9, Dante Langley, 11, William Asexia, 13, Luke Gregory, 14, Jeremy Amua, Ryan Luikwe, 22, Jordan Spencer, 23, Chris Tawaya, 25, and Bradley Day, wearing 32. And their coach is Billy Beddoe, the man on the sideline. So, thank you for joining me here at the Solent Sport Complex. My name's Joshua Stewart and I will be your host today. It is absolutely packed out here, a sellout crowd at the Solent Sport Complex to see this finale of the National League Division 2 fixture. The Solent Kestrels do hold a very, very slight advantage, having won the first game back in Milton Keynes by 6 points. Should they lose by less than that amount, they will still win the title. However, if they win, that doesn't need to come into account. If MK win by more than 6, they will emerge the title winners and be promoted into Division 1. The Kestrels come in, well, both sides in reality come in great form. The Kestrels specifically beat the Greenwich Titans last time out, with Issa Brandon scoring 34 points that time around. Interestingly enough, Milton Keynes in their last game also beat the Greenwich Titans, both teams winning quite comfortably. So it sets up a fantastic challenge today. Who will emerge best of the rest? Who will emerge undefeated, or potentially who will emerge with only 1 defeat on their record? The noise is palpable, the tension is feeling in every nook and cranny here. We spoke to both coaches to see how they feel ahead of today's game. Here's what they have to say. So, Jack, today is the big day, it's the one that has all been leading towards. How are you feeling going into it?
We're excited. It's the final game in the regular season. Both teams have done an unbelievable job to this point of staying consistent and taking care of the schedule up to this point to create, hopefully a memorable game. And like I say, just excitement is probably the overriding feeling right now.
Has it changed anything being the final game of the season against the team that would decide the league title? Has that changed the preparations any?
I wouldn't say so, no. We've had a little bit of extra practice, just a chance to make sure that we're all on the same page. Obviously MK, hell of a team, very well coached, a ton of talent, both individually and as a group. So, we've made sure that, we can be as best prepared as possible. I would say not so much, no.
Obviously, the only time MK have lost this season have come against the Solent Kestrels, way back in the second game of the season for the Kestrels. What lessons and what has changed for the Kestrels since that game?
I think at that point in the season, we were very early on. We were a little bit of an unknown quantity even for ourselves. Still figuring out kind of roles, who's going to be key for us, the style of play, the togetherness, how we're actually going to look on the floor. So, I would say a lot's changed since then. The whole season has elapsed. I think we're a little bit more together, hopefully in better shape than we were at the start of the season. So, I think there's a ton of things that are probably a little bit different.
A few players from the Kestrels are coming into form right at the right moment for you guys. Elias Tyro has seen a uptake in his scoring. Issa Brandon scored 34 last time out. Is that always a good sign that your players are starting to come into their prime right when you need them to?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a number of positive contributions from different individuals that have stepped up to either top score or give us contributions on both ends of the floor. Like you say, Issa's been a mainstay in terms of providing the scoring punch for us. But Illy's been fantastic too. He's really grown into his role. Found ways that he can impact, and that's been massive for us.
Well, thank you for talking to us, and good luck ahead of today.
No problem. Appreciate it.
So, Billy, today is the big game, but before this, you've been on a fantastic run of form. Almost, 19 games in a row you've won in the league. That's got to be quite an impressive feat to take into today's game.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're in a pretty good place. We had a cup run as well, which was really, really good. We've got some momentum coming into the game, but it's just magic of the season that it all comes down to this very last game. It's an away game, it's a sellout crowd and everything. It's just the magic of the season.
You are against the only team that have managed to beat you so far this season. How desperate are you for revenge and making sure that you do claim that league title?
Yeah, for sure. Our goal for the year was always the league title. Everything else was an added bonus. We let ourselves slip in the first game, we think. So hopefully today we can kind of reclaim a little bit of that pride.
So what went wrong in that first game? What lessons have you learned that hopefully you can mend today, and hopefully they won't be exposed?
I think it was really early on in season. We had some kind of new players on the team and hadn't fully gelled yet. I think the Kestrels base of players kind of know each other, and they played really well together, to be honest, and they beat us fair and square. So hopefully a little bit less complacency. We've prepared for today's game, and I think it will be a bit more kind of competitive from the start. We went down a lot early on in the game and clawed our way back the first time we played them. So hopefully just composed, competitive from the start.
You mentioned the success of your cup run there. Obviously, that needed a lot of leaders to take you all the way there. So are you looking to those same leaders to help guide your team through today?
I think so. The makeup of our team, we have some experienced guys like Jordan Spencer, Blaine and Chris Tawia. We have kind of, similar to Solent, the base of some academy guys as well who kind of bring that youth and energy and a little bit of hunger to the team as well. I think the interesting thing for us is anyone can step up on any given day. So we just have to find who the hot hand is and keep feeding them.
Thank you for talking to us, and good luck ahead of today.
Thank you very much, guys, and a brilliant stream as well. It's really, really good to see.
So, we've heard from both the coaches there ahead of today's game, this big match-up. Ben, what would coaches be saying just as they're about to go into their 1 minute 30 left of the game, left of the pre-game?
I think both coaches will have done an awful lot of work prior. We've got two very experienced coaching staffs out there, so I think the majority of what they need to say will already be said. So that last minute 30 is going to be taken up with maybe some last minute adjustments in terms of matchups and just whatever the key message is, whether it's defensively, offensively, just emphasising that.
Yeah, awesome. And that's now the teams are going to go into their huddles. That means we're nearly time for tip-off. The two teams are going to line up with Kestrels, starting with 0 Russ Gerapi, number 7 Elliot Dads, number 9 Issa Brandon, number 11 Matt Hughes, and number 15 Ash Briggs. And the Breakers are going with a slightly different lineup to they have the last few weeks, with number 7 Blaine Freckleton, number 8 Nate Robinson slipping into the starting lineup instead of number 22 Buai Luak, number 9 Dante Langley, number 23, Captain Jordan Spencer, and number 25, Chris Tawia. So, as is said beforehand, before the game, these two are fighting off at the top of Division 2. Who could be the difference today, do you reckon?
I mean, there's so much talent across the two teams for this level. You've got multiple NBL1 and BBL players out there, people who have that level of experience. I think the obvious ones for MK is going to be Nate Robinson and Jordan Spencer. Jordan Spencer's on an excellent tear at the moment in Division 2. And then obviously you'll be looking at the likes of Issa Brandon and Elliot Dads, Russ Garipi for Team Solent Kestrels.
Yeah, so just looking at some numbers, also Jordan Spencer averaging a double-double with assists alongside 7.5 rebounds. Issa Brandon averaging 22 points per game and 9.7 rebounds. Issa is, I believe, the 4th leading scorer in the league so far this year. But Milton Keynes, 20-1 in league play, but won the National Cup this season. Kestrels 21-0 in league play, but unfortunately got knocked out in the League Cup. Breakers clearly can compete with the top teams.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at what Milton Keynes did in the Cup to beat a very solid Reading side with a lot of experience. You know, they're going to be an absolute factor today. I think one of the interesting things between the two teams is if you look at Milton Keynes' assists, you know, Jordan averaging a superb 11.8. Nobody on TSK comes close to that, but the spread of assists across TSK is much, much broader. I think that could be an interesting part of today's game. Can TSK limit Milton Keynes' ability to create through Jordan Spencer?
Yeah, so we are ready for tip-off. It's going to be Chris Taweer and Ash Briggs to jump it off. To start with, you've got Breakers here looking for back-to-back promotions. Division 3 champions last season, looking to do that again this year in Division 2. Kestrels obviously dominating 21-0. And it all comes down to this. Final game of the season set up perfectly. And the two big men to jump it off to start with. And Taweer comes away with it. So this is where we're going to see what Billy Biddo has drawn up early. Looks like a little horn set.
Into the cross pick for Langley. He's going to go to work against Briggs early.
Good contest there though. Great contest from Ash Briggs there as Taweer leaves the hook shot short. And here go Kestrels. So Kestrels now looking to Brandon on the wing.
Couple of similar sets by both coaches, little ghost screen misdirection and then into what they're looking for out of it.
Dad's downhill, spin move and the finish. Just slipping the defender off his back there and getting the first score of the game.
And they've seen that before here at the SSC.
Many a year. 4-time NBL champion is Elliot Dads. And a miss rotation there as Nick Wilson gets open for the layup at the hoop.
Yeah, poor communication on the switch on the backside between Dads and Garipi.
Briggs finding the feet of Garipi and sends him tumbling. Spencer downhill finds the Taweer, who misses again. Nice little step-up contest there from Elliot Dads as Brandon's going to look to get going, get downhill on Dante Longley. Langley, floater and finish.
And those are situations Milton Keynes are going to want to avoid. Issa Brandon in the open court without any real help on the drive.
Yeah, Brandon having a really good season here for Kestrel, dropping down from the BBL last season at Plymouth City Patriots. Taweer goes to work on Briggs, no foul call there. Taweer 0 for 3 early in the game. Brandon bumps off Freckleton and is going to go to the line for 2. Freckleton looking for the charge there.
Yeah, and a tight call there. Freckleton I thought played pretty good there. I thought it was probably a no call on that one. But Brandon will go to the line. Milton Keynes obviously feel like they've got some kind of advantage inside. They've gone to Langley, I think 3 possessions in a row now. So they obviously feel like they can attack Ash Briggs down low, but so far, not much success.
Brandon shooting a season average of 62% on the line. I mean, it's an okay percentage, but as a guy who's played in the BBL for a couple of years, I'm sure he would be hoping of a slightly higher percentage, but knocks down the first one.
Yeah, and a little weird for somebody who's a very capable mid-range shooter as well to shoot below sort of 75% from the free throw line.
But he goes 2-2 there to put Kestrels up into a early 4-point lead. There's the floor general, Spencer, looking to get things going for the Breakers. Strong screen from Taweer. And Spencer gets downhill and finishes. He really reads the floor really well off picks and different pieces like that.
Yeah, a little Spain action set up and he just gets to the hoop straight away. Dads for 3 here, knocks that down.
There we go. He could just be the man for the occasion, couldn't he? Hometown club, big chance to win the Division 2 South League. Spencer pull up mid-range, nothing but net.
And Jordan Spencer looking to get going early here. Dribble handoff between Dads and Brandon. They flip it back for the step up for Garipi. He's looking to get going, finds Briggs at the top for 3, and Ashley Briggs knocks that down.
I've seen him hit a few this year, and clearly the plan there was to step off him with Taweer. Brandon giving some full court hustle there, looking to get a screen, get a steal. But Taweer slightly off there on Briggs at the free throw line, and Briggs making them pay that time around.
Yeah. Obviously set up there just to put a little bit of flash pressure on.
Steal there from Garipi. Going to get out on the break. Finishes. Early 8-point lead here for the team Solent Kestrels. Breakers need to look to get going, look after the ball a little bit more here early on in the game. Travel from Chris Tawia.
Yeah, didn't see that clearly as to whether it was or not, but Tawia doesn't seem to be too upset with the call, so.
Strong defensive pressure here though from the Kestrels early on, forcing Breakers into contested shots apart from a couple from Jordan Spencer, and he's made them pay on those few, but looking to post Spencer up here. Hughes spinning off, and a finish there from Matt Hughes.
It's a little bit too easy now for Kestrels to get what they're looking for. They're not having to move the ball an awful lot to get shots in the paint at the moment.
Right, so if you're Billy Beddoe here, are you looking towards an early timeout here, Ben?
I think probably not yet. I'm probably going to see if we can get a couple of stops. It's not so much the score differential at this stage of the game, it's what are we giving up. Are we giving up the shots that we want to give up? Well, we assume that's going to come back to us. Oh, turnover there. Repeat will pull up for three.
Step in three. Offensive rebound from Brandon. Looks like a repeat of the Milton Keynes place. Brandon finished with 26 points and 18 rebounds at Milton Keynes. There's a clip of him. He pulls down 4 offensive rebounds in a row, and it's just looking like a repeat there a little bit.
Yeah, he's a tough athlete. That second jump of his is pretty effective, and he's also very physical, knows how to use his body down low under the hoop, create space to go up and get the ball.
Kesher was quite lucky there with Brandon bringing that offensive rebound down, because that wasn't the best shot selection, considering Garepi's already gone to the hoop, contested with Freckleton and finished at the rim.
Yeah, but at the same time, Russ is a shooter, and he's going to shoot the ball. You know, there's no doubt about that. He's confident in his ability to get the ball up from three. He's not going to mind taking that shot in transition at all.
Brandon on the line again, makes his third free throw of the game. Kestrels clearly spreading the scoring load already so far. Dads with 5 and Brandon with 5. All 5 starters on the score sheet.
Yeah, and that's a really good sign for Kestrels, I think. And we'll see now what Milton Keynes come back with. Pin down for Spencer, cross pick, nice flash. Freckleton likes that mid-range, but he can't get it to drop there.
They're constantly looking for that cross pick for Tawia down low. They're clearly thinking that might be a little bit of a matchup they can go to. Ooh, as I think he might call, defensive foul there on Spencer. It looked like a tough one. Matt Hughes looking to post him up on the inside there with Spencer on his back facing the corner, and Spencer got caught trying to grab Hughes. Looked like he might have thrown a little bit of an elbow, but it's called defensive foul.
Yeah, my assumption is that it did look like Matt Hughes came out with the elbow. My assumption is that the ref saw Spencer holding Matt Hughes' arm, and Hughes' arm comes up trying to free himself. I assume that's what the call is. But it's interesting, we've seen 2 now not consecutive, but 2 post-ups for Matt Hughes against Jordan Spencer. So maybe part of Kestrel's strategy to attack Spencer and limit him offensively is to attack him on the other end and make him play defense.
Might be a matchup worth looking at for the rest of the game. Hughes finds Dads wide open in the middle of the paint, and he makes the turnaround fadeaway. There we go.
I don't know if that was scout or recognition there, but Milton Keynes in a 2-3 zone off the inbounds, and Elliot Dads just recognising the situation.
Garepi tying up Spencer there on the drive, but it's going to be called a foul. It looked like both hands were on the ball there. I'm not really sure what happened there after that. It looked like Billy Beddoe had tried to call a timeout. Birds just started walking off the court and then still coming up the floor trying to break.
Yeah, I think the table had said that the ball was already inbounds before the request. It's recent years they have said that you need to call that timeout before the ball goes through the hoop, but it's inevitably a difficult place for coaches to be, and usually, mostly both table and referees will allow that timeout to be called.
Yeah, I know yourself. You're very early to get your timeouts in, Ben. If there's a free throw, you're pretty certain you want your timeouts when you want them, aren't you?
I try to get it in there early as possible, yeah. It's always good to have a good relationship with the table. You never know when you're going to need them to press that buzzer quick, so.
Yeah, definitely. Just getting the floor work there from Dads. after his fadeaway jump shot.
So Billy, it's interesting that Billy Beddoe cancelled that timeout after after the free foul was called. They knew they were going to the free throw line. So he obviously feels reasonably confident that they can come back into this.
Yeah, Kestrels with a double-digit lead early here. Hughes going inside straight to Briggs. And there's his timeout. There's the timeout Billy Beddoe wanted earlier on. Kestrels leading 22-10.
Jordan Spencer played pretty good D on Matt Hughes, but a great backdoor cut from Ashley Briggs. I think Spencer maybe took a little hit there. He's walking a little gingerly. I don't think it was an ankle roll. I think it was definitely a contact off the D from Matt Hughes there.
So here, with Kestrels leaping into a 22-point lead only after 5 minutes. It's not a 22-point lead, 22-10 lead after 5 minutes of the game. What do you reckon Beddoe will go to here?
I think he's over there talking about defence. It'll be interesting to see whether they make adjustment. We've seen a zone on one possession out of bounds, so will they put some more zone out there? Will they change their pick and roll coverage? We haven't seen a huge amount of pick and roll from Kestrels actually. Will they change how they cover the post now that we've seen Matt Hughes isolated twice on Jordan Spencer? So I think that'll be his main focus. He may also feel like they can put more points on the board. Maybe they'll change the focus. We know they were looking down low early, so will they look for something a bit more guard orientated, a bit more downhill attack coming out of this timeout?
Obviously, Coach Garvin just got me saying, stay composed. The lead is there. Just keep building on it. Keep playing the way we are, and it will turn into some baskets.
Yeah, and then maybe the chess game here. This is when you're coaching. You've scouted. You kind of hope that you're aware of their first adjustment. So, I think you expecting a double team to come on the post up to Spencer. So you're looking at the next action out of that.
Still looking for a Spain screen to get Spencer free up top. Interestingly, haven't gone to Nate Robinson really much at all, apart from that breakaway layup earlier on. As Freckelton goes to work on Gerapi, that's going to be 2 fouls on Gerapi.
Yeah, Freckelton maybe got away with a little bit of a push off there, but he attacked well off the hop, disguised it.
Sean Mulhern going to check in here early for Gerapi, visibly not happy either with the call or himself, one of the two. I think the referee called a cylinder foul there. That's definitely a move. Is that this year that's come in?
No, it's been there for a while, but every time a new call or a new interpretation comes in, it takes a little while for the symbols to catch up usually. It takes a couple of years before both players, coaches and refs have fully filtered them through. You can usually tell the most up-to-date refs and officials and who goes to conference by whether they're aware of those things.
Yeah, definitely. Freckelton's on the line here for the second.
Cuts that down. I think Garipi, he's going to feel hard done by there, but I also think it's a physical game. Both teams are very physical. Somebody's going to pick up the fouls at some point. It's just a little unfortunate when it's in that situation where you feel like you're playing good one-on-one defense.
Hughes swings the corner, Brandon off the drive, and a lovely right-handed finish. Head underneath the backboard there, but gets his arm up, finishes nicely over the big. It's a 13-point lead for the Kestrels as they look to Tawia inside. Briggs playing very solid defence again and again and again, as Tawia again comes short on the hook shot. Cranton comes downhill.
Yeah, Tawia's getting shots that you feel he's comfortable with. He's getting that right-hand turnaround hook that he wants, but he just can't seem to put it in. It's short every time currently.
Yeah, that's the issue. Tawia's coming up short, and Kestrels are really making them pay at the other end, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. See a little flip now, looking to post up Sean Mulhern.
Freckelton with the finish there, giving some back to Issa Brandon, who I know has been giving a little bit to the fans and to the Breakers players so far early on. Hughes again in the post on Spencer. Spencer not looking like he can deal with Hughes there. He finishes the turnaround jump shot.
Yeah, really struggling with that matchup. Definitely something that Solent Kestrels have identified. Poor foul there from Sean Mulhern, but it does stop the downhill drive. Jordan Spencer very animated with the refs currently as Chris Tawia comes off. Luke Gregory comes on.
I get a feeling this game might get a little bit heated late on with so much on the line, and obviously breakers not coming out the way they wanted to. Tempers might start to flare. You've seen a few times Spencer and Brandon giving a few words to each other. Mulhern giving some strong defence to Spencer as well, as Freckleton's going to shoot it through. Yeah, that would be called a foul on Matt Hughes on the arm. I tell you what, I've seen Blake Freckleton do that a few times in Division 1.
This is going to sound like an insult, and it's absolutely not, but Blaine Freckleton is one of the best at drawing fouls off a jump shot, usually off a curl on the mid-range around the foul line, but from the three as well. Also one of the best at drawing offensive fouls that we've seen in NBL Division 1. He and Malcolm Smith over at Derby Trailblazers are both exceptional at it, and they're plying his trade for MK here in Division 2.
Another one that springs to mind is Lewis Champion.
Lewis Champion is also excellent, yes, he is. And there's no coincidence that Blaine and Lewis both played for the same team in NBL1 coming up.
Breakers looking to set a little bit of pressure out here. Kestrels clearing, and looks like it might be a zone here. I'm not sure. It's kind of a little bit of a match-up zone for the Breakers. Hughes looking to go to work on Langley. That is going to be a Kestrels ball with 6 seconds left on the shot clock. Looked a little bit static there from the Kestrels in that offence.
Yeah, it looked like a zone press back to a 2-3 possibly. You know, they got the ball movement, they got the ball reversal. Sean Mulhern maybe needs to shoot that first one. Certainly can't drive into the teeth of the zone after that, and now MK switch back up into a man as Issa looks to isolate on Langley.
That one's off. Yeah, battling for the rebound with his own teammate as Breakers look to break here. Spencer finds Freckleton in the corner. I reckon Freckleton's looking like he had a hot hand there, but that one's just long. He really would have wanted that to go. Just cut that into single digits again.
Good movement there by Breakers on the break. They get it back into Matt Hughes under the hoop.
Matt Hughes is going to some serious work here this afternoon at the Solent Sports Complex. All down in the post for him. All his 6 points early coming with his back to the basket. Spencer looking to go to work. Finds Nate Robinson in the corner for three. That one's short. Surprise of phase. Good call there from the referee not to call that one. As Robinson went crashing into the back of Dads. Looking to set up an offence here with Will Taylor waiting to sub in. Briggs looking to back down. Luke Gregory spinning, hooking, no good. And Breakers come away with the rebound.
Good defence by Gregory there as Spencer pulls for three. Doesn't quite drop, but Freckleton's there. Ash Briggs will get the call there, just a little bit out of position. Freckleton really bringing some energy and some intensity to the Breakers right now.
Some much needed energy and intensity, most definitely, as Briggs and Freckleton are giving each other a bit of push and shove. As Briggs will sub out here for Will Taylor to get Will Taylor in early, get some youth minutes in for the Kestrels. And Joe Lloyd also going to sub in for TSK for Matt Hughes. I think the thing with the Division 2 team on both sides here is they've both got a really good junior programme, but you look at Breakers' average minutes and you look at Kestrels' average minutes, no Kestrels player apart from Issa Brown and Elliot Dads, I believe, averages over 30 minutes. And that'll be due to Will Taylor, Joe Lloyd, Asa Aziz coming in for big minutes for the Kestrels throughout the season, but Breakers really stick with their guns. And juniors only really come in late on in games.
Yeah, you could argue that, you know, Milton Keynes came out with a very set mission this year. They knew what they wanted to achieve. They knew the league title was their goal. They knew promotion was their goal. So their ideal, despite their good academy group, is very set out. TSK obviously coming in a very different situation, so they've had a bit more freedom to play some of their juniors. I've been very impressed by what I've seen from Will Taylor this year. Issa Brandon hits the three.
Here we go. Issa Brandon knocking down the three. Just kind of sacked off a little bit as Robinson's looking to go downhill. A brilliant finish there from Nate Robinson over the top of the big. Sorry, you were saying about Will Taylor there a little bit.
I've been very impressed by Will Taylor. He's given some good minutes and had a couple of big games. As Elliot Dads makes the three.
You keep trying to talk about Will, and Kestrels will keep knocking down some threes. Have another go, go on.
You know, obviously still very young, but versatile, moves very well at his size, nice skill set, passes the ball pretty well. So it'll be interesting to see what impact he has here. One thing I do think Kestrels need to watch out of just from the previous 2 possessions, Milton Keynes are doing a much better job of getting out in transition. Kestrels have been a little bit late. That's how Robinson got that last attack. Langley takes the 3 off the inbounds but can't knock it down.
No call there from the referee. That's a hard one to call there because Mulhern's gone for the rebound at the same time. Spencer's cut him off there for his 2nd foul of the game. Jordan Spencer's going to get 2 fouls in the game. I don't know if there might be a replay of this one, but Mulhern, yeah, here we go. Mulhern cutting Spencer off and then Spencer taking Brandon down. I think the foul could have gone.
It's a difficult, and I think you see the call's late because the ref knows he doesn't really want to call it, but at that point he has to. You know, realistically, you're probably not calling that off-ball contact between Mulhern and Spencer, but you have to call the contact between Spencer and Brandon because it is on the ball. And interesting there, Spencer was pretty adamant he didn't need to come out with 2 fouls, but MK still made the sub.
So, yeah, Will Ezekiel coming in for Milton Keynes Breakers early on here, the junior out of their programme, and Elias Taiwo checking in for Mulhern, who looks to have done his job. Ruffled some feathers a little bit and gone back to the bench.
Yeah, it should be mentioned as well for both these programs. A lot of these players played as juniors with these programs. Sean Mulhern here is a junior from under 12s, if memory serves me right. Elliot Dad's here from a junior as under 12. And then similarly over at MK, many of those guys who grew up in that junior program also.
Yeah, looking to get Freckleton open again. That one is off the rim and is going to come up for an offensive rebound. Great find there from Blaine Freckleton to Luke Gregory, back cutting off the back of Will Taylor there for the and 1 finish.
Yeah, really good find. Gregory didn't even really make the cut. It was more Blake's vision that managed to make that pass. And Will Taylor just falling a little bit asleep off the offensive rebound. Definitely plenty of time for him to match up there.
Breakers warming into the game a little bit ever so slightly. Kestrels at a lead of 36-22, but even 22 points here with 22 seconds left in the first quarter. It's not a bad outing, but Kestrels really on fire early on, shooting 66% from the field and 66% from 3 as well. So really getting it going early on for the Kestrels.
Yeah, it's a big start, and as you said, 23 points offensively, not a terrible thing for this kind of game, but giving up 36 in a quarter, you know, Billy Better will definitely be talking about that as Elliot Dadds comes off the Spain pick and roll. Let's find the kick back.
3 seconds left on the clock. Dadds pump fake, step through, front rim. Got Blaine in the air there, which is clearly what he looks to do, but not quite coming off there for the Kestrels. So first quarter thoughts, early 13-point lead here for Team Solent Kestrels.
Yeah, I think if you asked either coach, I don't think either of them would say that they'd expect to be up or down 13 points at the end of the first, and I definitely don't think either would expect to have put 36 on the board. It's going to be interesting to see what MK's response is. We saw a couple of flashes of zone, we saw some zone press. Will they come out and aggressively change something? Right now they've had no answer for the posting up on Jordan Spencer. He's out with 2 fouls. Does that help them defensively maybe? They've certainly got enough firepower to absorb it offensively. And then will Kestrels continue to go to that? How long will they keep Issa Brandon on the bench right now as he's just subbed out with 25 seconds? Will he come straight back in this rotation? But it's certainly going to be interesting to see. This next 10 minutes could be pretty important. Certainly the first 5 minutes out, if Kestrels go on another run here, that makes it a big mountain for MK to climb, one they're capable of, but it's certainly a big mountain for them to climb. Conversely, if MK come out on a big run, then all of a sudden it's back to a 1 possession, 2 possession game, and it's anybody's job.
Lots of entertainment going on. Some great scoring of the basketball early for a packed out Solent Sports Complex. Some travelling Breakers fans here in one section of the crowd as well, making for a really good atmosphere. Lots of hooters, lots of drums. Even one man with an entire drum set down there with making the noise for the Breakers side.
Yeah, it's great to see the SSC packed out like this, and definitely hard to get tickets if you didn't get your order in early for this one. And great support by both sets of fans as well.
I think the sellout was within a couple of hours when tickets went live, almost a couple of months ago now, I think, knowing that it may well come down to this one game. But Kestrels coming out with Ilias, Taiwo, Elliot Dadds, Issa Brandon, like you said, back into the game. Ash Briggs and Matt Hughes, and equally Jordan Spencer checking back in. But Breakers looking like they're setting up in a 2-3 zone.
Yeah, we wondered if they'd come out in it, and we see it here. Ash Briggs with the mid-range.
I don't know whose hand that's come off. I don't know if that's come off Ezekia's or Brandon, but it will go down as 2 points to the Kestrels.
I'm pretty sure that goes to the captain, so Elliot Dadds might have just picked up 2 points for free right there.
Nice turn around there from Nate Robinson, no good. Kestrels pull down the rebound. Brandon stepping in. Taiwo finding Hughes. One thing about Matt Guyman, Kestrels' size, is the ball in a zone defence gets moved lovely.
Yeah, you can see the ball reversal there. I thought they actually had a quick kick out back to Ilias Taiwo there for an easy one.
Foul there by Matt Hughes on Jordan Spencer, who gets to the hoop.
Yeah, and you wonder as well, is this zone not just a product of trying to switch things up, but also a way to protect Jordan Spencer? They've been attacking him repeatedly. He's on 2 fouls. Is this a way for MK to protect him while slowing down TSK a little bit?
Yeah, if it is, it's a very, very clever thought process from Billy Beddoe. Clearly a very, very good coach. But yeah, it would be smart just to kind of protect him. You don't want a 19 and 12 guy to go to the bench for 3 fouls in the first half. He needs to be in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you probably want Spencer playing at least 35 minutes in this one, so any way you can keep him out on the court is going to help. We see this zone press again.
Get out of it there with Dad's just making it over the halfway line. And Kestrels looking to set up an offence, finding Taiwo, who doesn't turn down many threes. He went one game last year for the Kestrels against Worthing, 4-4 from 3, and against Oakland earlier on in the year. He went 9 for 9 from the field, 4 of those from 3 as well. So he'll look to get himself going as Kestrels get the stop again on the defensive end. Just moving the ball around, keeping that defence ticking over, and waiting for that open shot.
The question will be whether they can... Ooh, good effort to try and keep that in by Langley, but just couldn't manage it. Their question will be how can they get the ball into the paint to collapse the defence there. They didn't get into the paint, but the dive cut up by, I think it was Taiwo, opened up the kick to Elliot Dadds. At the moment, they're doing a good job of moving the ball, but the ball's not going anywhere that they can attack. They're only getting 3-point looks. Here they get it into Brandon and out. Now Taiwo, it's that nice cut there by Elliot Dadds. Couldn't quite keep a handle on it.
And Spencer looks to break free. Robinson stepping inside, going up and finishing nicely off the back of the rim. As Breakers are starting to slim down that lead a little bit. It's now 11 points.
Yeah, a lot of it is out of the break, right? And that's another advantage of this 2-3 zone. It allows them to run. You see errant turnover there. Not a great pass by Luke Gregory. You can see as soon as that rebound secured, the 2 players at the top of the zone for MK are just gone. They are taking off, and that allows them to really try and put some pressure on. And, you know, they can reduce that lead pretty quickly if Solent can't manage that.
Yeah, Kestrels bringing Joe Lloyd back in, evidently for the 3-point shooting in this quarter. Foul there on Brandon, who just got wide open under the hoop there. I'm not really sure how that Spencer's evidently upset about it, but Brandon goes to the free throw line. Joe Lloyd probably coming in for some 3-point shooting though, with Kestrel having a few open ones the last few spare sessions.
Yeah, absolutely, and that set actually uses Joe Lloyd's gravity a bit because he is known as a spot-up shooter. They put him in the weak side corner. Weak side player in the zone has to keep an eye on him at the very least, if not guard him, and that allows them then to overload the 2 players at the bottom of the zone. Really good, well-timed pass by Elliot Dadds, though. That's what really makes that play work.
Yeah, it forces that defence to stretch, brings open a few more gaps for the Kestrels team to get into, because Brandon ices the line 2 for 2, moves himself up to 17 points already. Hand off here for Spencer. looking to get downhill, looking to get his teammates involved. But I tell you what, he's not doing a brilliant job of this so far. As Lloyd spots up, finds Brandon in the post and the cutting Briggs.
It's a good move by Briggs. Can't finish it with the left though. Brandon gets away with that one. As Spencer with a nice kick to the corner for Robinson.
It's going to go out of bounds over the backboard. I mean, Spencer's finding his teammates, averaging nearly 12 assists a game so far this season, but not doing a great job of it here so far. Well, he's finding them, but his teammates aren't repaying him with the numbers.
No, and I think, it's been a struggle for MK in the half court. Garipi pulls from three.
There we go. Ross Garipi going to get himself going, hopefully.
And you called it out with Joe Lloyd coming in to shoot the three. You've now got Dads, Garipi and Lloyd out there. They can really spread the floor against that zone. I think Coach Beto was pretty frustrated that they missed the previous transition foul on Issa Brandon. Thought that was a pretty obvious call that the refs missed for that particular one. I think you might see a couple go MK's way here over the next few possessions.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Chris Tawia checks back into the game for Luke Gregory. Breaker's got the ball in bounds. Lloyd's looking to pressure Freckleton on the perimeter, and a good job. Briggs, another good contest, but finally Tawia gets one of those hook shots to drop.
Yeah, and just a little bit deeper on the catch that time. Didn't have to work quite as hard to get position. Quite impressed with Luke Gregory, Joe Lloyd's defense there on Blaine Freckleton. Not afraid with the physicality.
Travel called there on Elliot Dodds. Some pretty good defense there from Will Ezekia as he's going to check out the game for Dante Langley.
Yeah, didn't think it was a travel, thought it was slow steps, didn't think it was a travel, but definitely great defense by Ezekiel. They get back into Tawia there.
Looking to get him going now with him on 6 points. That matchup's been one to go to earlier on, isn't it? With Briggs getting open under the hoop there. Just sliding off the back of Tawia off the Brandon drive.
Yeah, great job of circling there by Briggs, and Brandon able to hang in the air and find him. But yeah, you were right, they go back to Tawia.
And he's got himself going now. Big men to big men.
Yeah, he's definitely got a rhythm now, hadn't he? That little break, comes back in and he's aggressive, and they go right back to Briggs against him. Not a good look there. And again, MK in transition. Great D by Elliot Dads. They're going to call that.
Finish there from Jordan Spencer. And one for the Breakers, and the foul's going to be called on Elliot Dads. He's falling and falling, and he finishes. Just drops it down off the glass. Whereas Issa Brandon's going to get a warning here from the referee about throwing the ball away. And timeout called there from Coach Matt Diamond, trying to hold that MK run that's come down to 11 points. With still a 9 points even, after that and one, with a free throw still to come, with a chance to cut it to 8.
Yeah, obviously a good timeout. It was interesting to watch assistant coach Jack O'Keefe. You could see some frustration from the Kestrels players. Jack was just saying, calm down, it's okay. And certainly, if Jack's telling you need to be calm, then you should be calm at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Kestrels leading the game by 9, but in theory, leading the league by 16 at this point. But it's going to come down to that stretch, whether, as a coach in that situation, knowing that you need to win or lose by less than 7, are you playing as if, say, you're down 1, you're still winning the game? Or are you going for a win? If it comes to it later on.
I think if it comes to it later on, I think the league will take precedence. One of the reasons I don't like aggregate systems, even at the level of the Euro Cup where they play home and away, it frustrates me. I'd rather see 3 games and have an outright winner. But I think, up until that last 2 minutes, you're very much playing to win the game. Once it gets to that last 2 minutes, that extra 6 points becomes very, very important right there.
Very, very valuable, I think. If it comes to it and it's getting tight down the stretch, with that 6-7 points, knowing that they've got that behind them, and then I'll kind of say we're going into the last 2 minutes at a tie game. Kestrels almost not relaxed, but can feel that they are in control because Breakers have to go for that 7-point swing. As Spencer's going to go to the line here, and he makes that one. That moves Jordan Spencer onto 11 points now. Early on with 3 assists and 2 rebounds for Jordan Spencer.
Interesting. MK have come out of this zone now. Brandon goes to the rim strong. Langley can't contain him there. If MK don't go back into this zone, do you then bring Matt Hughes back in to attack Spencer once again?
Turnover and finish there for Joe Lloyd. Great fire from Ash Briggs. Kestrels looking like they're going to set up in a zone there, but Dad's just picking that pass off. As they're looking, I think it's a 3. It's a spaced out 3-2. It looks almost a little bit like a 1-3-1 there, but no, 3-2 here for the Kestrels, allowing the catch in the high post.
Yeah, you may have been right. They may have been showing a 1-2. Oh, as they get Elliot Dadds picks up the steal. Great track back there by Spencer to get that steal back.
That's Jordan Spencer perfectly there. As Robinson goes to the hoop, misses the layup there. Slightly contested at the hoop there from Garapi. As they're just going to look to calm it down. Garapi downhill, Brandon in the corner, driving, finding Dadds for 3. Elliot Dadds, Mr. Southampton, knocking down the 3-pointer there, moving himself onto 13 points early on in the game.
Yeah, and 2 big performances so far by Dadds and Brandon, with a combined 30 points between them so far in this game.
So there's those coaching mind games you were talking about there. So Guyman calls a timeout because evidently Kestrels are struggling on the offensive end with the Breakers zone. But Billy Beddoe switches it to a man, and then Kestrels almost have just completely flipped that script, taken advantage of it, pushed the lead now to 15, forces Beddoe into another timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, your core coaching theory is you always want the other person to call the first time out, because then you have the opportunity to switch. So you pre-counter whatever their counter to what you were hurting them with is. Here, you know, they've come out of the zone, MK, it's hurt them a little bit. It's allowed Kestrels to generate some good shots, but also Kestrels have then come out and countered with their own zone, forced 2-3 steals in a row. I mean, fantastic job by Spencer to take away that layup from Elliot Dadds, wide open layup off the round the back, and Spencer comes out of nowhere to steal it back. So it'll be interesting, do MK now come out and go back to that zone? They didn't go to Tuwaya after the timeout because of the zone. Do they find a way to get him the ball? He's got a good skill set to catch the ball sort of just below the foul line, make a 1-dribble turnaround hook, make a face-up jump shot. Or will Kestrels come out of that zone and go into man as they have here?
Yeah, just like that. It's looking like they're going to set up in the zone, and they come out in that man-to-man defense. Again, like you said, just trying to be ahead of the other coach. Blocked by Brandon. Freckleton looking to go at Briggs, blocked from behind from Brandon, rises up, and that's fouled by Dante Langley. I know he wanted to punch that one home, but almost just slightly too far away from the rim there, but kind of almost bailed out ever so slightly by Dante Langley, catching him on the hand.
Yeah, and that, you know, excellent job by Brandon to get the block, but that block is based on Ashley Briggs' defense, right? He makes a good stand, takes the contact. You find most really good highlight blocks either come off the weak side where the attacker can't see the block, or they come off great on-ball defense like that coming over the top. Joe Lloyd giving some really good minutes here for TSK as well, much more than I expected to see from him, and he's doing a fantastic job so far.
I think he's picking up, every time he's come down the court, he's picked up either Nate Robinson or Blaine Freckleton and really made them uncomfortable coming down their offensive end, as Brandon has kind of taken what I've said about his 66% from the line, and he's shooting 100% so far, as Bill Iluak is going to check into the game, adding a little bit more length to the Breakers' side here, and almost forcing Kestrels to look.
And Kestrels back into that zone, so they show man for one possession. There we go, that's what I was talking about earlier with Tuwai right at the key.
Yeah, Breakers in a back in their man-to-man defense. Briggs sending Tuwai over, finds Garapi, finds Lloyd for 3. And that one's just off right. We know he can hit those though. Up at Milton Keynes at the start of the season, early in October. He was almost the difference. He had 14 points for the Kestrels. As Tawir and Briggs are going arm to arm down low as Spencer looks to set up a pick and roll, looking to get Tawir open, finds a lovely little dump off pass there. And that is where Jordan Spencer is excellent, finding those little pockets of space for his teammates, and that's why he's averaging nearly 12 assists a game.
Absolutely. You know, they were trying to get the ball into Tawir on the post up, and Spencer calls him up to the pick and roll and then finds him on the pocket pass.
Lovely little run there from the Breakers, forcing a Kestrels timeout there from Matt Guyman, going back and forth with the timeouts here in this quarter. Evidently, runs going back and forth. Kestrels still holding an 11-point lead. Brandon with 21 points so far, 6 for 10 from the field, and 8 for 8 from the line, alongside 7 rebounds and 5 assists. So we're on triple-double watch on Issa Brandon early on, alongside as well Jordan Spencer with 11 points, 3 rebounds and 4 assists. Both guys we picked out before the game started.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, both guys that have got a BBL pedigree have big games in the BBL, both of them. And you know, what's interesting with the pair of them is not just what they're doing in terms of stats, but how efficiently they're doing it. 6 of 10 for Brandon, Spencer 3 of 5, 5 of 5 at the free throw line. So, you know, 8 of 8 for Brandon at the free throw line. So both very, very efficient right now.
Also to note, Chris Tawir is clearly something they're looking to, with already his scoring over his season averages. 10 attempts from the field already. That's definitely something that the Breakers have picked out as a go-to thing for their offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, considering he started at 0 of 3, 0 of 4, he's now 6 of 10. So, you know, clearly some pretty good identification on that as well. Even though it didn't work out for them in the first quarter, they're now getting a lot out of it.
Yeah, Breakers run clearly behind those Chris Tawir's hook shots and finishes around the rim. A couple of missed rotations though in that zone from the Kestrels that are giving him those open looks.
Kestrels looks like they're looking for Garipi here, yeah. Finds the kick out to Dads for 3. Can't knock it down. Tawir comes up with the rebound.
Dad's doing a great job of chasing sport Jordan Spencer away from picking up the ball. You want to keep Jordan Spencer away from the ball in his hand as much as possible, as Robinson goes downhill and throws it away. Rebound by Ash Briggs, and out Elliot Dads gets, finds Issa Brandon in transition, forces the flyby to Garipi for 3, no good. Battle for the offensive rebound, but is pulled down by Boué Luak. Hustle from Brandon, who goes crashing into the front row. That looked like that might have hurt.
Yeah, he hit the barrier hard there, didn't he? He's getting up a little bit gingerly, but it looks like he's going to get up and continue.
That's what you want from your star player, though. A guy who's going to put his body on the line for his team. Go careering into some fans if he needs to. As Breakers come down here. Looking for Tawir again, sealing Briggs.
Looks like there's a shot clock issue there, that they'll reset it maybe. Yeah, and you wonder a little bit with MK, you know, they have had success through Tawir, but right now everything is looking for him in the post early. Could they run something else to then get him in isolation? They were running a lot of cross picks to start the game, but they've actually had a lot of success out of pick and roll with him and Spencer, so could they run something there? Here Issa Brandon hobbling with his knee, looks like he's coming off, and Sean Mulhern will come in. That'll be a big concern for Matt Guyman and TSK if he's not able to continue, but I'm sure he probably just needs a minute.
Yeah, it was that heavy hit there where he went crashing into the barrier. It's caused him a little bit of discomfort as Sean Mulhern is waiting to check into the game. And I'm sure at a sporting university with a big crowd, there may be someone that can look at his knee and tell him what to do to be right for the second half. But he's got that half-time period with only 2 minutes left in the second quarter to sort himself out. As we're still waiting for the decision here. I'm not really sure what they're waiting for. As Mulhern's going to check in here for Brandon, like we said. 2 minutes, 7 seconds left in this enthralling first half, in this enthralling game of basketball. 53-42 to the Kestrels' favour.
And this is an opportune time for MK here. Issa Brandon's out, 2 minutes on the clock. You're not in foul trouble. Kestrels are 2 fouls away. If you can be aggressive here, try and get to the rim a couple of times, generate some kick-out threes, some foul shots, you know, you're in a place to make a run.
Interestingly, Hughes and Gerapi both in the game on 2 fouls alongside Jordan Spencer also on 2 fouls. So do you reckon they'd be focal points to attack, or is that just if it comes about and they are in the play and they're fouled that it happens, or would they be a guy that you'd look to attack?
I think there's room to attack. The question is, how do you attack both those players? They're going to be marking perimeter offensive players, so you don't really have anybody out there on MK who's going to post up from a guard position. Maybe blame Freckleton a little bit. He certainly is somebody who can draw a foul, so they put Shaw Mulhern there probably to help try and protect. A little interesting conversation there between Ash Briggs and Jordan Spencer, just comparing tattoos.
Both pretty nice arm tattoos there as we get underway. Freckleton early 3 off. Briggs, great rebound, pulls it down above Chris Tuea as Gerapi brings the ball up gradually, goes into the body and finishes, bouncing off Chris Tuea, but the ball dropping in as Luak gets out for the dunk. Gets out and throws it down. Briggs almost throws it away.
That's what we said earlier. You know, Kestrels really want to control the pace. They don't want to allow MK to do this.
Just look at the speed there of the Milton Keynes break. As the breakers break.
And the breakers do run the break well. They get out wide. They have 2 guards on the wings. They get to the opposition 45 very, very quickly. And then you've got guys in Spencer, Robertson who can attack downhill and then create for others.
And then just the 36 seconds of rest for Issa Brandon as he checks back in. Clearly,
yeah, I think
Diamond and O'Keefe not happy with what's happening.
I think TSK will want to do everything possible to still be up by double digits going into this half time, you know, because as we talked about, it's not just being up double digits, that's now 16 points that they're up at the half.
Exactly. It really puts the pressure on Milton Keynes to come to them rather than them having to chase the game, whether it's worrying about if it's going to be a 6-point game at half time on aggregate and a tied score, rather than Kestrels being up double digits, not just to relax, but to force breakers, to put the pressure on them.
Absolutely, and it's it's a situation, like we said, TSK really need to try and control the pace of the game as much as possible, run when they want to run, they don't want to force anything, they don't want to give up any turnovers. Another good cut there, can't quite come down with it, 6 seconds on the clock. Garipi takes it to the rim, can't connect on the floater. Elias Taiwo knocks it out.
Battle for the offensive rebound there. We all know Elias Taiwo can fly high, but that one just coming off his hand and dropping out for the Breakers. Baseline ball, the lead for Kestrels, 9 points. Breakers slowly chipping away at that. And we can see if they could chip away a little bit more in this possession. As Spencer's going to look for a pick and roll with Tuea. Get downhill, pull up mid-range, and one, pull up mid-range.
Yeah, that's a tough hit by Jordan Spencer there.
He's just slowly scraping the Breakers back into the game, isn't he, Ben? Just ever so slowly chipping away. And now, if he makes this, it's a 6-point game at halftime.
Yeah,
with 54 seconds
you
left.
look at his numbers now. He's on 13 of 4 of 6 shooting, and he's got 6 assists to go alongside that. 5 of 5. Now 5 of 6 at the free throw line. Swire brings down the offensive rebound, but Ash Briggs managed to get the block.
Freckleton picks that one off though as Robinson looks to go at the Kestrels defence and decides to back out, use the clock. There's 18 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that'll really be frustrating Coach Guyman at this point. Those errant turnovers in transition. Creepy comes over to get the block. Perhaps a little bit risky with 2 fouls there, but Garipi, but he gets the block, and Kestrels are now play to use the clock. 10 seconds on the shot clock, 15 on the game clock.
Therapy on Spencer here. Therapy finding... Yeah, the other referee's going to interfere here. I think that came off a breaker's hand as Issa Brandon was back cutting to the hoop. Yeah, so it's going to be changed to a Kestrels ball baseline as the shot clock is still moving. I'm not sure if they're going to realise this, but it's going to go off. As it's going to reset to 3.8 for the Kestrels to...
and a wise sub there, I think, by Billy Benno, just getting Jordan Spencer out for the last 8.5 so he doesn't pick up another foul, end up on 3 before the half-time whistle.
Very clever. There's 3 seconds left in the shot clock as Briggs goes to work on Tawia.
He's not going to get it up in time. That's going to be a shot clock violation.
3.3 seconds left on the game clock.
Yeah, 3.3 seconds left here for the Breakers. As Freckleton's wide open here and launches, and Tawia catches and makes, but the referees wave it off. We'll see if there's a decision made here, but the referees waved that one off. That was very, very lazy there from the Kestrels to finish the first half.
Yeah, it was a poor pickup. I don't know if we can get a replay to see whether that went in or not on time. You see it shot here. I thought he got it off.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Camera work there by Sonar. You can see there the lights are on as Tawia catches the ball.
From our angle at the side of the backboard, I felt like he got it off, but looking at that, he clearly didn't.
Kestrels here then at the end of the first half taking an early big lead, didn't they? But Breakers have been chipping that one back away. 7-point lead now for the Kestrels going into half. Any half-time thoughts, Ben?
We always talk about basketball being a game of runs, but that's exactly what we've seen today, right? And we've seen timeout, Breakers then come out, go on a run, timeout, Kestrels go on a run, Breakers come back on a run, timeout from TSK. So it's going to be really interesting as to who can shorten those runs out over the next half. And I think also the foul count's going to be very important. Maybe not in terms of the actual individual foul trouble, but certainly the amount of free throws taken for both teams could be a big decider.
Yes, clearly a coach versus coach. Clearly a coach versus coach ordeal here early in the first half, as we're going to head over to Josh Stewart, who is courtside.
Yes, so far it has been a very back and forth first half, just like you were saying, Tom. Obviously the advantage is currently in the Kestrels' hands. As much as they're winning just by 7, you have to take into account they still have that 6-point gap from way back when they actually played Milton Keynes all those months ago. Issa Brandon has, quite understandably, been the main man so far. He's led his way, led his teammates through so far the first half. But, as you saw, Spencer has decided to come back in the second quarter in quite a strong fashion. There are a few calls that MK Breakers weren't entirely happy with in that first half, but so far, it seems to be in the second quarter more focuses in the interior. The first quarter saw a lot more longer-range three-pointer shooting. It'll be interesting to see whether both teams revert back to that in the third and fourth quarters, or whether they decide to keep on going with this interior thing. Ash Briggs has been very busy trying to defend against Tyra, but so far he's managed to stand up to the challenge so far. But, as you know, so much work is going in for both teams to make sure they can take home the title. They're not the only ones putting in so much work. If you'd like to find out more about how we produce the content and arrange the live streams for you, take a look at this.
60 students involved in today's live stream. It's been absolutely fantastic to see it all in action.
That's amazing. It's such a good setup here and a great game day experience. It's growing and growing every year.
I don't need recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. I know this life is right for me. I know the future's bright for me. I know my teachers lied to me. I do it for the ones that came before and nearly died for me. Recognition, I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position.
Well done, everybody.
It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great.
It's time for basketball.
For these two teams, this is high noon. The prize for victory, a place in the National Championship finals at Wembley. Defeat, and the season is over.
Go back to the origins of the club and when things first started, and it all was based around my parents. My dad, who was a successful professional player, American, successful coach, and my mum, who was a player. They decided to set up a junior program. In the early days, it was an under-10 team, and we did very well. It was just the club was the team was set up for me and my friends, and then following on. The next year, we brought another team underneath them. Another year, another team followed, and that was the early start of the Solent Stars junior program back in 1998.
Solent have the best record of any side in the National Cup. They've won it 3 times, and in the early part of the 1980s, they dominated English basketball.
Solent desperate to hold on to this cup.
Played the National League, got into schools. My mum did an amazing job, early on, just getting young people playing, and that was her passion, making sure there was no barriers for kids to be able to play, financial or travel. Probably the biggest individual success we had was Joel Freeland.
Joel Freeland, yes, kept the play alive.
Who played the final year of the Solent Stars junior program, who went on to get drafted into the NBA. And that started probably the most exciting era of the club of what we know today, which is Solent Kestrels, with the Kestrel Guards as the main sponsor. And that was in 2006, and ever since then we just hit the ground running with a number of teams, school sessions, just providing so many basketball opportunities. And we were able to progress through the leagues with all homegrown players, and players from the Itchin partnership. And that created an amazing opportunity to partner with Solent University, and that kind of leads to where we are today, where we've impacted so many people with the kind of Kestrels family. My mum's legacy with the memorial tournament. So yeah, it's created an amazing legacy. So many players, young people have been able to access basketball and have a great experience with it through our impact as a club, both at junior levels and senior levels.
Somebody must have picked those tickets from the tuck shop if you want to take part in the race. 577, 578. There's a ticket with an orange border. Okay, we'll try different numbers then. You have 583 and 584. 583, 584. Hey! Come on down this end. Awesome. Well done. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Got as far down for you. Okay. The aim of the race, you have to run, pull on the pair of shorts, pull on the vest, get to the basketballs, first one to score a basket wins the goodie bag. Okay, are we ready? Give them plenty of support, ladies and gentlemen. 3, 2, 1, go! Good job, that's it. Pull it up as you go. Come on, that's it. Go on, get the shot on while you're running. That's it. Good. Hey! You can get a ticket from the tuck shop. We'll draw those out at the end of half time. Still got time, £3 a ticket, chance to win £100. You've got one shot from half court for a chance to win. Okay, so I'm out here with our chairman, Matt Bishop. We're going to do the draw for the half-court shootout. And the first person, so you're going to shoot in the order that we put it out, okay? So if the first person makes it, they win the £100. Okay, here we go. First one is number 3, which is Maxwell Johnson. Maxwell Johnson, you're going to shoot first at the end of the third. Next one. Is number 5. Number 5 is Matty Colclough. So Matty Colclough, you're going to shoot second if Max misses. And then the third person is going to be number 1, which is Ollie Seamark. So if the first 2 people miss, Ollie, you're up. You've got a chance to win £100. See you at the end of the third. some time. Open the app, click on the fan vote, open or click on the Solent Kestrels versus Milton Keynes Breakers game.
Okay, so we're about to get back underway here at the Solent Sports Complex, just a few seconds away from the second half starting. What do you reckon, Ben, was the conversation between the both coaches and their teams at half time?
I think Coach Beto will be telling them to stay the course. They know they can get out in transition and create easy buckets. They know they can get to the foul line, and they also know that Chris Tuai's got going now. So they'll be feeling like if they can get stops consistently, they'll be in a good place. Conversely, Coach Guyman, I think, will be talking about turnovers. 9 turnovers for TSK. They'll really want to minimise that because every turnover is an opportunity for MK to get out and break every live ball turnover. So I think both coaches will feel like they're in a reasonable place, but obviously that extra 6 points on the aggregate to win the lead will definitely be playing on MK's mind.
Milton Keynes are notoriously a very good third quarter team, so we'll see how they come out in this half as Spencer goes to work, finds Tuia off the side of the backboard. Not really finding him, but Chris Tuia puts the ball in the hoop. But Issa Brandon's 21 points in that half, Ben, is with no food or drink, because I believe him and Coach Carlin have just broken their fast about 20 or so minutes ago. But Garapi gets straight to the hoop.
Yeah.
Brandon's an impressive athlete, isn't he?
Yeah, great split action there for Garapi off the Briggs feed. Spencer now going to work, and that's going to be a third one on number 0, Russ Garipi. Yeah, it's always impressive when you work with athletes who fast that they can still function at the level that they function at. If anybody's ever tried fasting for that period of time and then coming out and playing a game or even just doing a training session, it is not an easy thing to do by any stretch. But Issa's been there, he's done it at a high level, and obviously in the BBL, if he's fasting and travelling the amount that they travel there, he'll be used to that, he'll be able to manage that.
Spencer knocks down both free throws there. Garapi, interestingly, being left in the ball game with 3 fouls early in the third quarter with his 8 points. Dads finds him. Briggs looking to go to work on Tuia. Hughes in the post. Turnaround jump shot, no good.
Yeah, a very conscious change in matchup there as Freckleton picks up Hughes.
Freckleton finding Spencer, who finds Robinson in the corner for 3. That's good. And there you go, just like that, the lead for the Kestrels is 2 points on the day as Breakers are looking to get going here in the third quarter and have done very well to begin with in the third, as Hughes is going to work again, finds Briggs on the perimeter. A handoff action for Hughes there on the 3-point line, no good, and Breakers pull down the rebound. I feel like this could be a very important run here for the Breakers as Spencer goes to the hoop. That one's off and Brandon pulls down the rebound. I feel like this could be a very important run here for the Breakers, Ben, as Brandon turns over.
Absolutely. If Spencer makes that one, cuts the lead, ties the game up, it's a huge bit for them. If I'm Coach Beto, I'm putting Jordan Spencer in pick and roll probably every possession right now in the half court.
Yeah, clearly being very effective out of that screen and roll with Chris Tuia as Freckleton then goes to that now. Bumps off Brandon, very clever there, just as you were saying earlier on with the foul drawing. Knows Issa Brandon's chasing him, knows that he's going to jump.
Yeah, now Blaine also looks like he's trying to talk to Issa as well, trying to let him know that he got him. And he'll be doing that to try and encourage Issa to go after him and try and get another block the next time to put another foul on him. But Blaine excellent at with his hesitation, head fake, really knows how to get people off their toes and then knows how to draw that contact once they're up in the air.
It's Freckleton on the line here.
I think can Kestrels come down now and get a good look at the rim? They had a good look off the post for Garipi earlier in the quarter to start the quarter, but haven't really generated anything solid after that. So how are they going to get some good looks, especially in the key? I do feel like Garipi could be a bit of an X factor in this game. He's capable of getting hot quite quickly. If he gets on a roll, gives Kestrels another scoring option they haven't had so far this game, could be advantageous for them.
So we have a tight game here now at the Solent Sports Complex. That is looking to back down Nate Robinson in the post. Garapi finding Dads again, spinning. Goal 10, surely. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be basket interference.
It should be basket interference. Yeah, he grabbed the net as he went up and caused the backboard to shake and 2 points given to the Kestrels.
I think that call should come from the trail official, but official John Letitia on it there. It should be noted as well, you know, this is a D2 game, so only 2 refs posted onto the game at this level, but really a game that probably requires 3 officials, like an NBL1 game with the standard of player that's out on the court.
Yeah,
nice crossover and kick there. Brandon knocks down the 3.
There we go. That is a 5-point swing there for the Kestrels. Put them up 5 again. That is a massive swing that you may feel coming down the floor. Tawir gets to his spot again.
Just feel like Kestrel's transition defense isn't really up to scratch right now. Allowing way too many quick looks out on the break. You know, that's off a score there, and managed to get Robinson driving downhill to then find Tawir at the rim.
Obviously, up-teen amounts of experience on the court here. Chris Tawir, formerly of the London Lions and the Leicester Riders, playing in OAA in America. Blaine Freckleton, formerly of TBC, Hemel and London Lions. And then also, it keeps going, Nate Robinson playing for the Giants and Spencer for the Lions. It's a very experienced Breakers team. As Spencer goes the whole way to the hoop and finishes. You feel with that experience, Ben, that they may, coming down the stretch, it'll make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have that much experience on this group, as again they find Blaine in transition. Freckleton knocks down the 3 to tie the game up. It is a major advantage for them. They're certainly not going to get too worried that they were down in the first half, as you can see. Brandon with a nice take. Draws a foul. Good seal by Ash Briggs at the rim there as well.
Yeah, Brandon, a great job of getting free off Dante Langley there. I'm going to go to the line for 2.
You know, likewise with TSK, we talked about the experience of Milton Keynes Breakers, but you have Issa Brandon, who obviously played at Plymouth. You have Elliot Dads, who's played numerous years in Division 1 here. Ash Briggs, who's played some time in Division 1. It's not as an experienced side, but they'll be prepared. They'll know that this game was not going to be a blowout and it's going to come down to the last minute. So Coach Guyman and Coach O'Keefe will have been telling them all week, we have to play every moment. We have to continue to play through the game.
100%. You speak about Guyman and O'Keefe there, but those two may be the difference. That level of coaching, Coach Guyman winning Coach of the Year in Division 1 over and over again, after season, and also at the EBL level for Itching College.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy Benno's a very accomplished coach, but he doesn't have the experience at senior level that Matt Guyman does, and Jack O'Keefe and that coaching team have been together for a long time as well. Aaron pass there, and now Spencer on the break, and it's going to be another transition score and a tough reverse layup as Coach Guyman calls timeout.
First lead of the game then for the Milton Keynes Breakers as they put themselves, I believe, up by 2, if I'm correct. Just wait for that scoreboard to kick it over. Yeah, up by 2 now for the Breakers as that lead ticks over. And here is where it gets into the territory of which situation do you play for, the game score or the aggregate score? It's going to be on people's minds, it's going to be on players' minds as well. And it's who's got the grit coming down to it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it can create a false sense of security because you know you have that 6-point cushion, but as soon as you stop playing to win the game, then it's only 2 shots. So it then becomes a lot of, you know, okay, we're down, it's okay. Well, no, it's not, because you're down by 1-2 shots, you lose that 6-point cushion now, and now you haven't won the league. So a massive issue. You know, another fast break bucket there by Milton Keynes. I believe that puts them on 10 fast break points. 20 fast break points for the game. Kestrels on 14, not so far behind, but just feels like Milton Keynes are really able to get out in transition and cause problems for Solent.
Your car's not a black home, though, is it, Ben? He's not blocking anyone in.
No, definitely not me. Definitely not me.
So Kestrels coming out here with the same 5, still leaving Garapy in the game on 3 fouls. Brandon leading all scorers here with 26 points, 8 rebounds and 5 assists, and Spencer really getting his scoring tick going with 21 points for himself. Kestrels just looking like they're struggling to get a flow in their offense ever so slightly. Garapy getting to a spot in mid-range, that's very short there. Spencer feeling it there. Buai Luak battling on the offensive rebound and able to get it to be a breaker's ball. Sean Mulhern is going to check in for Matt Hughes here. Tawia in the post. Spencer catching, going downhill, finding Tawia, and finishes at the hoop to the delight of the Milton Keynes fans, those that are here in support, those who've made the trip and those that are at home watching. I know Milton Keynes have set up a sports bar to watch the game today, with the hoping of a couple of hundred people to go down and support their team. Milton Keynes with a great support as a basketball club, with Briggs floating and missing. Battle for the offensive rebound, goes to Langley, defensive one, who finds Spencer.
Some really nice ball movement there by Kestrels, but equally good defense as Sean Mulhern manages to get a hand on the ball. And here we go into the pick and roll. Looks like a Spain pick and roll. Sean Mulhern fighting with Blaine Freckleton for position there. They let... Oh!
That was a pretty good look, actually. I think it's not the look I would have looked at, because Freckleton was almost open off that pick and roll, off that Spain action on that wing on the far side. But Buai Luak making that back cut. Just a little.
They lost Freckleton, sending 2 to the ball, and then as they came out to Freckleton, that left Luak on the baseline cut.
Almost instantly of Chris Tawia going to the bench. Will Taylor is at the table to check in with Gregory and Luak in as their bigs, as Garapy misses another one there. 4 for 10 now on the day. And Langley gets his first score of the game, pushes the lead out for the Breakers to a 6-point lead with 1 left at the free throw line. I spoke about their third quarter. The Milton Keynes Breakers leading the third, 25-11 so far. What adjustment would you make now here, Ben?
It's a tough call. Do you bring that zone back out again if you're TSK? Just try and slow the pace. I think offensively, Solent really struggling to find good looks. They've had a couple of mid-range pull-ups, but it's not from them not necessarily moving the ball. It's not selfish play. It's Milton Keynes playing some very good defense here. Milton Keynes way more active than they were in the first half. And what we're kind of seeing is an inverse to that first quarter right now, right?
Definitely, yeah. Brandon struggling to get his shots as he puts a floater up. That's off. A lot of contact there, not called. Nate Robinson gets out for the Breakers using the screen. And I think that might be a frustration foul there from Issa Brandon.
Yeah, and that I believe is his third coming in.
Yeah, that's his third. Yeah, good call there, Ben, as he's just picked up his second one on the drive off Dante Langley. Just like that, 3 fouls, and Brandon has to go to the bench, and that could be a momentum turner. As much as the momentum was already going in the Breakers' direction, that could be a big impact.
Yeah, and Coach Beddoes already felt confident enough to rest Jordan Spencer at this point in the game because he feels like he's got momentum. As Robinson pulls up for 3 and knocks it down. There's a big shot from Nate Robinson, who's been relatively quiet so far this game.
Yeah, this is where the game could get out of Kestrels' hands here. The Breakers really putting the pressure on Kestrels. See the defense here from Robinson on Garapy, forcing the crossovers multiple times. Not getting very far as Will Taylor comes up for the step-up screen. Dads finding Taiwo. 2 seconds left on the clock.
It's going to be a charge.
Called. Great take there from Blaine Freckleton. And the Milton Keynes Breakers bench loved that one.
Yeah, the uptick in defence by Milton Keynes is absolutely massive. And they look like a completely different team defensively to what they looked like in the first quarter. Helping on every drive, collapsing in, forcing tough shots in the key on nearly every possession. Kestrels maybe are missing some open kickouts, but they can't get anything in the paint right now. A really well executed set there, but Luak just didn't roll hard enough. And Elliot Dad's down the lane, can't get it. Will Taylor now manages to drop it in for M1 on the offensive glass.
There we go. I reckon that might just be what the Kestrels needed. Just a little break in the Breakers' run. Just some time to compose themselves. Taylor on the line here for one free throw. And just like that, Jordan Spencer checks back in.
Yeah, as soon as Kestrels take a touch of the momentum back with that M1, in comes Spencer. With Nate Robinson now picking up to 12 points personal, you know, that's going to have a real big impact. You've got a real good spread from the Breakers right now, right? Blaine with Freckleton with 15, Robinson with 12, 18 from Tawai, and 21 from Jordan Spencer. They run the set here, screen away for Robinson. Good defense played by Elliot Dad's, challenging that at the edge of the key. Great cut by Langley, but he gets blocked. Ruak tries to save it, and it'll be out of bounds.
There we go, the Tides may just turn again. We're at a net tie here. No, we're not. We're at a net Kestrels advantage 1. Breakers leading here by 6. Their run may have just come to an end. Their scoring run, I mean, not their winning run, but their scoring run may have just come to an end here as Kestrels have dropped in an and one at one end. They've got another stop at the other, and we know how they can capitalise on that. Taylor on the perimeter. Boy, Luak, he's long, isn't he? His arms just keep going and going and going.
Yeah. That's a tough pull up by Elliot Dance, and he draws the foul. I don't know if they call that as a 3 or a 2. Langley just there looks like he got a warning. But these will be 3 big free throws. If Elliot Dad's knocked these down, it'll just give some momentum back to Solent, take some of that momentum firmly away from Jordan Spencer's Milton Keynes Breakers.
So Langley's still arguing the call over this side, but he's going to get subbed out here for Freckleton. There's Dads is on the line. Did you say it was going to be 3? Sorry, I missed it.
I didn't do it. Yes, it looks like they're calling 3.
That's very unlike Elliot Dads to miss his first, but the first one doesn't drop. First one is good, and it'll be interesting to see here, obviously, Coach Billy Beddoe putting Spencer to the bench and bringing him back in quite quickly. Brandon having a bit of an extended period on the bench. Do you reckon it would be wise to leave him till the 4th just to let his head cool off? Or do you think that's just a guy that needs to get himself in?
I think they may try and leave until the end of the quarter. They'll certainly see how this goes. If they can continue to get some stops and scores as Freckleton pulls up in transition, can't knock it down.
Great rebound there from Luke Gregory. Robinson looked like he was going to pull up for 3 there. Spencer setting up a ball screen. You said that could be the key to the game. Spencer in a ball screen. Finding the cutting Luak, who scores at the rim. Kestrels 70, Breakers 77.
Yeah, I would be very tempted. I wouldn't necessarily start the possession with it, but Jordan Spencer's been so good in pick and roll so far this game. I would be very tempted to put him in it at the end of every possession.
Taiwo battling for the loose ball. Doesn't come up with it. It's the Breakers having a bit of an advantage here. 4 on 3. Spencer finding Luak.
Luak maybe got away with a travel there. Sidestep 3 from Spencer, knocks it down.
I tell you what, he was never going to miss that, was he? Spencer puts the Breakers up 10 on the day. And this third quarter swing here for the Breakers, 32-15. Could be pivotal. Hughes at the rim, blocked, but a foul called on number 7, Blaine Freckleton. That'll be his second of the game.
Yeah, and a good call there. Nice find to Matt Hughes from Elliot Dadd, sneaking down the baseline. Freckleton just went at it a little bit too hard, tried to spike it instead of just challenging it, picks up the foul there. Ash Briggs will come back in for Will Taylor. Will Taylor looking like he's walking a bit gingerly, maybe a little bit of an ankle roll there.
Yeah, he came down heavy on one just underneath us at the commentary box there. I think he took a bit of a hit and fell awkwardly. Hughes knocks down the first free throw. The second one to come here for Matt Hughes. Ball live out of his hand. And misses it. Taiwo soaring for the offensive rebound. Garapi steps into the 3.
Big shot if it goes down, and it does.
That could be huge. Kestrels really need to get themselves on a run here, bringing it within 6. With 10 seconds left in this third quarter, Spencer's going to set up an offense. Step up screen, not used. Spencer dribbling on his hands and knees. Freckleton steps out, pull up. And that one's off there. Good defense there from the Kestrels to finish off the third. A nice little 4-point swing for themselves, just to bring themselves back within reach of that Breakers team, who had a brilliant third quarter.
It's essentially, if we're looking at it in terms of winning the division, it's a 1-point advantage to Kestrels right now, which sets us up for a really exciting finish going into this fourth quarter.
And if I am right, and I could be wrong, which happens a lot, if it finishes a Milton Keynes game by 7, they win on score aggregate across the league, which is by far and large Milton Keynes' game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had some massive wins so far this year, and you would expect them to have that aggregate for sure. If anybody in the live chat can correct us on that, if we're incorrect on that, please feel free to drop a message in the chat in the next couple of minutes. We'll try our best to keep an eye on it.
I mean, if you just look at Milton Keynes' last 4 games, scoring 117, 106, 111, 120, and a lot of those games just allowing 50, 60, 70 points. That's what's going to win you the league.
To next season, I guess. Unlucky all those who took part. Good try. Oh, playoffs. Yes. Home games in the playoffs.
So this sets us up now for what is an incredibly exciting fourth quarter between 2 excellent teams. You know, and I think any fan of basketball would be happy to see either of these teams up in Division 1 next year. There is a question that I have personally around whether it always needs to be one team from the north and one team from the south promoted. But that's our current system, that's how it works. So it will be one of these teams that goes up into Division 1 next year.
Looks like Bristol Hurricanes, isn't it? I think they won Division 2 North, Bristol Hurricanes?
Yeah, I believe it's Bristol Hurricanes. Plus Bristol. Again, if we're incorrect on that, please correct us in the group chat, in the comments. And here we go, Zisa Bandon will inbound it for this final fourth quarter.
Kestrels looking very static to start this fourth. Therapy double clutching and knocked away by Spencer as you're going to get Breakers underway here now in this quarter. Spencer steps to the side, finds Freckleton. Garapi looking to back Garapi down.
They call 3-second call.
3-second call, yeah. So
I don't believe it. I can't believe that's called on Spencer. It must be on Twaha. He must not have cleared the key out. I don't think anybody else was in there, so.
Breaks downhill, looking to go to work on Tawia, no good. Luak pulls down the defensive rebound and hands it straight off to Jordan Spencer, the floor general, looking to get the Breakers back ahead of that aggregate scoreline. Tawia catching low on Briggs, hooking and finishing. Chris Tawia has not missed since the first quarter. Now 10 of 15 for his 20 points.
And Ashley Briggs is right there with him, right on most of these shots. He's not giving up a lot of ground, he's not getting back down, but Tawia's just got really good touch on that right hand when he turns, and he gets the block there on Matt Hughes, but can't bring it down. You know, in that last one, Ashley Hughes has got his hand right up challenging him, but Tawia's length is just a little bit too much for Briggs.
Here we go, so 8 seconds left on the clock. Garapi, mid-range, no good. Dad's offensive rebound, finds the cutting Hughes. Hughes to the rim, no good. Dad's another offensive rebound. Dad's up, off, and that's going to be a Breakers ball. Constant hustle there from Elliot Dad's, but nothing coming from it as the Breakers are going to set up another offense to look to stretch their lead into double digits again.
And it looks like they're going right back to the post here. As Ash Briggs fights it and gets the knock away.
It's been a great matchup the whole game between these two. Briggs having a real impact early on Chris Tawia, but now Tawia looking to get to work. Briggs getting that last say as Dad's going to set up from the top. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Briggs in the mid-range gets Tawia off the floor, not finishing with the up and under.
Really nice move by Ash Briggs, but just couldn't knock it down. Freckleton now finds the kick out to Spencer. He'll pull up for three, try to draw the foul, and does. He was definitely trying to draw that. It's a little bit of a tough call, but at the same time, I think you can understand why the ref makes it.
Brandon's fourth foul here. Now, early in the fourth quarter. That was the tale of the Kestrels games over at the Essex Rebels Arena. The only game that Kestrels lost all year even, in the league, as Issa Brandon fouled out late in the third quarter while Kestrels were in the lead. And that lead was stripped away without Issa Brandon's prowess on the offensive and defensive end, and now he'll have 4 fouls, but it's going to take a seat as Joe Lloyd's checked back into the game. Spencer on the line, misses the first one.
Yeah, it's a big hit for Solent Kestrels at this point to have Issa Brandon on the bench, right? He's a huge impact player for them. And it'll be interesting to see at what point Coach Gardner makes the decision to bring him back into the game, how long he leaves him out, and how many minutes he's willing to risk with him on 4 fouls.
Second one good then for Spencer. 1 of 2 from the line on this trip so far. 1 more to come in the 3-point attempt. As he puts that one down, pushes the lead to 10 points now for the Breakers. 4-point aggregate lead for the Breakers. Lloyd finding Briggs inside. I do feel like the Breakers have done a much better job defensively as Briggs spins off the back of Tawia and finishes there. Spencer slowing things down. Snaking off that screen. Turning the ball over, Joe Lloyd getting out. Finishing, not finishing through contact, but Hughes with the putback. Timeout, Billy Beddoe.
I felt maybe there was a foul there, but Matt Hughes followed it up and put it in.
And there we go, 6-point game again. It seems to keep swinging now between the 6-point and a 10-point lead for the Breakers, which is just where they're going to want the game.
Well, there's definitely a foul there as Freckleton swiped down on the layup. But great follow by Matt Hughes to put it back in. And you know, this is where it's going to get really interesting right here, right? Every shot counts. Double almost in these situations right now, going down the stretch. Solent will want to put together a run to give themselves some kind of cushion, whereas MK will want to take this and get it firmly over 10 points so that they themselves have a little bit of a cushion from that 6-point aggregate score.
So 15 seconds till we get underway from this timeout. Billy Beddoe calling that one. Do you reckon that's just to halt a run, or is that to talk something through?
I don't know, it feels like maybe trying to hold a run. Kestrels there with 2 consecutive, 4-point swing, I believe, over a couple of possessions. And it might just be that he feels he's got all 3 of his timeouts there. He can afford to use one at that point to stop that run. If so, I'm certainly not mad at it. It's good coaching. You could only take 2 timeouts into that last 2 minutes anyway. So using that 3rd in that situation to stop that run early, if they come out here and they take advantage of it, could be really big for Milton Keynes.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen as we get back underway. 7 a little bit minutes left of this contest. Final game of the regular season at NBL Division 2. Robinson step back, short. Briggs, Hughes even, defensive rebound.
Yeah, Robinson got Hughes sky high off the head fake and then seemed to decide not to attack. Kestrels now look a little bit disjointed.
It's almost polar opposites of the first half, isn't it? Briggs getting to his right-hand hook. Garrett finishing over to Italia. 4-point lead for the Breakers. Now, as Kestrels chip back away, it's just back and forth as this game comes to its final few minutes. Just the pinnacle of this Division 2 South season. These 2 teams, as Spencer buries the 3, these 2 teams being at the top of the league the whole year. 40 wins between them and just the 1 loss for Breakers coming against Kestrels.
There'll be no doubt at all that if MK win this, that Jordan Spencer is the MVP. As Ash Briggs goes to work, left-hand layup. Kestrels continue to go down towards Ash Briggs, and he's rewarding them.
Yeah, it's almost the battle of the 2 MVP choices, isn't it? Issa Brandon for the Kestrels and Spencer clearly for the Breakers with his 29-point outing today. And Brandon currently sat on the bench. That could be the difference between the 2. Brandon having to go to the bench. Spencer, that one short, picks up his own offensive rebound. Mid-range, butter.
Well, that'll put Jordan Spencer, I believe, on 31 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds. Shooting 9 of 14 from the field.
Incredible outing from Jordan Spencer, showing his class here today as Hughes close to the rim. Briggs picks it up and finishes. Spencer just making Kestrels' defensive rotations pay. That one there. Pull up 3 off very short. No one picks up the defensive rebound. And he picks it back up. Drains it. But here we go again. Spencer with the ball in hand. Pick and roll from Tuia. Flips it. Downhill. Finds Tuia. And that's going to be a charge. Great take there from Elliot Dadds, the captain. Could that be the difference? 5-point lead for the Breakers, but giving Kestrels a chance to cut that lead down to either 2 or 3 on this possession with that great charge take there from Elliot Dadds.
And you know, that's a great call by the official. We talked earlier about people who are known for drawing fouls and offensive fouls in NBL Division 1. When it comes to taking charges, there's very few players that do it as well as Elliot Dadds. You know, 5 minutes left. Breakers up 5. This is going to be a huge pivotal stretch this next 2.5 minutes to see who's established going into the final 2 minutes, as Issa Brandon has checked back in for Solent Kestrels, as has Joe Lloyd.
Interestingly, Brandon coming in for Briggs, the big. Spencer the steal, getting out ahead. Euro step and finishes. Jordan Spencer really bringing the heat here for the Breakers today, putting the team on his back. 33 points now for Spencer. Hughes, corner 3. That's off left, far off left. And he picks up Freckleton in the half court. Lloyd on Spencer, backing Lloyd down, looking to spin off him. Brandon helping.
Oh, that's going to be his 5th.
That's his 5th. Issa Brandon checking out of the game. And a technical foul for Issa Brandon, who's going to have to sit down now for the Kestrels, and they're going to have to look to Ash Briggs coming in now. Issa Brandon fouling out with 26 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. Looking like he could have been the difference early on in that first quarter, having 21 points at half-time, but Brandon now having to take a seat.
It is important to note, though, that TSK have had 2 runs with Brandon off on the bench. So it's Brandon fouling out is not necessarily a deciding factor in this game. Jordan Spencer now will go to the line to shoot the technical, and then we'll shoot the 3 free throws. Oh, sorry, Blaine Frackerton will come in to shoot the 3 free throws.
This could extend the lead out to double digits here for the Breakers, and it does. 10-point lead now for the Breakers. 94-84 over the Kestrels.
Frackerton always been known as a good free throw shooter. His numbers, I think, are a little down this year on what he averaged in D1, but knocks all three down there.
This season shooting 83% from the line, so still a pretty good numbers.
Well, pressure now on Kestrels in this last 4 minutes. They're going to have to make shots and get stops.
Lloyd finds Briggs in the post, looking to back down Gregory. Hughes in the corner. Dad's underneath, finishes. Spencer looks to be getting up a little gingerly there, trying to run off the little knock that he's just picked up.
Yeah, a lot of contact on Spencer and Dabbs on a backdoor cut, which left Dabbs wide open as Spencer got up slowly. Robinson takes the 3, can't knock it down, but a big rebound by Luak.
Spencer going to work on Hughes, hand up, great defense there from Matt Hughes as we're going to get out on the break with the Kestrels. Gerapi steps into a 3.
He likes that one.
Oh, it's a 2 with the foot on the line, but could that be the little bit of energy that the Kestrels need with 3 minutes left now in the 4th quarter?
Solent really need to generate their offense from their defense here. They have to get stops. They can't allow Jordan Spencer to continue to hurt them, as you can see Coach Guyman instructing from the sideline.
Step back, Blaine Freckleton. Front rim, offensive rebound for Gregory. That's off. Freckleton out of bounds. Kestrel's ball on the baseline. And Freckleton looks like he's got a little bit of cramp there in the calf. As he stretches that one out, Langley going to check in for Buai Luak. Importantly here, both coaches with 2 timeouts left as this comes down the stretch. This the situation now, Ben, that you think about the aggregate score rather than the win?
I think we've probably been playing off the aggregate score for the last couple of minutes, to be honest with you, Tom.
Freckleton down with cramp, I think, here.
He will have to get a sub. It's been more than 20 seconds, so he will have to take a sub there. Interesting, Langley, really good stats on the season, 14 points per game, 5 rebounds, 53% from the field goal, 35% from 3. Only 2 points from him so far this game. So, you know, can he come in and have an impact late? Coach Better there come in to see Blaine Frackerton check up on him. Looks like a particularly bad cramp there for Freckleton, if that's what it is. I'm inclined to believe it is the way he's walking with it. Looks like he's trying to keep his calf extended. Luak will check in for him. Big minutes for the young man here in this crucial point. 7-point game, 2 minutes 30 to play.
And 7 points was the difference up in Milton Keynes at Bletchley Leisure Centre. Just all the way back in October as Gerapi looks to put the moves on Robinson, who clamps him up. Dad's downhill, finding the hands of Luke Gregory. Breakers out on the break, 3 on 2, finding Langley. And the finish there for Dante Langley.
And Jordan Spencer saw that the whole way down the floor. Kestrels are going to need to find some kind of good look at the hoop here. They've generated almost everything this quarter off offensive rebounds, tough, gritty plays.
Lloyd in the corner. Joe Lloyd for three. How big could that be for the Kestrels? Bringing them back within 6. Robinson downhill, bumping off Dad's mid-range. And that one drops in. End-to-end stuff here with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. NBL Division 2 season on the line for both of these clubs. Gerapi into the mid-range. Finds Dads. Looks to rip through Jordan Spencer. Step up screen coming. Out of bounds. Kestrel's ball, 5 seconds left.
Ton of a controlled, aggressive pressure by Jordan Spencer there. Matt Guyman choosing not to call timeout here with a ball out of bounds with 5 seconds left. Kestrel's going to a set that they like.
8 points, the differential here now. Briggs catches Dads, deep three. What's for Elliot Dads? That might be exactly what Kestrels needed. I know I keep saying that, Ben, but now that puts it to a 5-point game. Spencer finds the cutting Luwak. Loses the handle, finds Spencer. Mid-range.
Oh, draws it beautifully and makes it.
Jordan Spencer putting Milton Keynes breakers on his back again and again and again. Great move there, finding the arms of Gerapi wrapped up and pushes that lead back out.
Yeah, we say it all the time, Tom, big plays make big plays. That's a huge one there from Jordan Spencer.
He's done that a few times now this evening here, as he's going to take his and one free throw and make it, pushes it to back to a 7-point lead now. 8 even, 8-point lead now between the two clubs. Dad's looking to get free off Jordan Spencer.
Yeah, there's going to be a foul call there.
Luke Gregory. Only the Breakers' second team foul this quarter. Done a great job of not putting Kestrels on the line so far this quarter.
Yeah, they have, and a lot of it's because actually they've been so aggressive. They've kept Kestrels out of the paint pretty consistently throughout the game, except on the offensive glass, throughout the quarter rather. But here, that aggression's going to start to come back, I think. I think you'll see a couple of quick fouls here if Milton Keynes continue to put the pressure on them that they are. Elliot Dads to inbounds.
So as the training coach, Ben, when would you choose to call the timeout in this kind of situation?
There's the fouls I was talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's a tough one. I mean, you know, we look at the score and we say down 8, but really you're down 2. You know, for what you need, you're down 2. So I'm probably down 2. I'm probably trying to save my timeouts for as long as possible right here. There's an argument maybe here you could call one, but I think you'll have drawn up some stuff. Can't quite knock that one down, Joe Lloyd.
Find the rim now on an air ball from fadeaway mid-range as Spencer looks to set up. I think Matt Guyman has just queued up a timeout just as we've spoken about that.
I was going to say, I think you call him one here regardless, whether they score if the ball goes out of bounds, as they isolate Spencer on the step back. Can't knock it down. Kestrels come up with a board.
Gerapi downhill. Finishes!
And
6-point game for the Kestrels.
Coach Billy Benno calls timeout.
Kestrels up 1 on the league aggregate. 18.8 seconds left to play in this fourth quarter here at Solent Sports Complex.
And you know, Tom, you might come to a situation like this and have some casual fans in the game who don't know about the aggregate. Everybody in this building, I can assure you, knows that 6 points is the figure right now. And it's going to be huge here. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether Coach Benno advances it, which means he'll only have a 14-second shot clock, which will give Kestrels a guaranteed amount of time to work if Milton Keynes score, or whether he puts it in through the backcourt so that they can play for the last shot here. I think whatever it is, there's a very high likelihood that the ball is in Jordan Spencer's hands right now, one way or the other.
I'd give you 100% odds. So, just going to come out of this timeout now that Billy Benno has called for the Breakers. The 900 plus of you watching online, the Breakers fans at home, in the live bar, the 500 plus fans in the sports complex this evening. This is what it's all come down to. 18.8 seconds left on the game clock. Kestrels down 6, but up 1 on the aggregate for the league title.
So interesting change here by coach Matt Guyman. Ashley Briggs is out and Ilias Taiwo is in, so I would imagine that Kestrels are looking at either switching everything or they're looking at some kind of coverage where they can be really aggressive to get the ball out of Jordan Spencer's hands.
Interestingly, Freckleton back in the game as well, hobbling up the court, feeling like he can make a big shot if he's needed to. Hand off, Spencer, step up screen, faked away. Mid-range for Jordan Spencer, butter! 7 seconds left for Kestrels to do something here. Spencer puts the Breakers up by 8. 39 points here for Jordan Spencer, shooting just over 60% from the field and 11 from 13 from the line. 13 assists as well alongside that.
And the only slight mark you can put on Jordan Spencer is his 5 turnovers, but even with 5 turnovers, Tom, he's got an incredible 45 index.
He's got to be playing pretty well if his index is at 45 with 5 turnovers. Equally, Kestrels looking to everyone. Dad's with 21. Who will he go to out of this timeout? Dad's with 21. Garapi with 17. Hughes with 11. Lloyd hitting a little bit of form late in this fourth apart from that air ball with 5. And Tyro scoreless. And Hughes with 11.
We wanted this to be a competitive, exciting game, and that's exactly what we've got right now, right? This is a huge, huge game. Who is Coach Matt Guyman going to go to here with Issa Brandon out with 5 fouls? Is he going to draw another post up for Matt Hughes as he did early in the game? Is he going to look for something for Captain Elliot Dadds? Is Russ Garipi going to get the look? You know, who is this going to come from here?
And what do you go for, a 2 or a 3?
Normally you're going to have something that gives you a look at both, right? You're going to have something that gives you a look at a 3, and you're going to have something that gives you a quick look at a 2 inside because you want to stretch the floor as much as possible.
So here we go. What we've all been waiting for here at the Solent Sports Complex. 7 seconds left on the clock. Briggs in the post. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Backing Tawai down. Hook shot for Briggs. Offensive rebound. And no good. Milton Keynes Breakers win the Division 2 South League. Off the back of Jordan Spencer's 39 points. 13 assist outing. Breakers celebrating here now on court, winning the game by 8, and that head-to-head by 1 point.
Yeah, an impressive performance by Milton Keynes. You know, Solent got a decent look at it at the end, just not in time to then go after the offensive glass. Milton Keynes really focused on letting Chris Tawai play one-on-one defense on Ashley Briggs and trying to lock down anything else. But just an exceptional performance. You know, Freckleton with 18, Robinson with 14, both of them with below 40% shooting percentages. Great performance from Tawai with 20 on 10 of 15, but ultimately it comes down to Jordan Spencer. 39. 13 of 21 from the floor, 11 of 13 from the free throw line, 6 rebounds and 13 assists on a 47 index. You don't know.
Feel like the game flipped when Tawai got into that scoring spree, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those 3 or 4 consecutive baskets by Tawai definitely changed the tone of the game. But there's no doubt about whose footprint is left all over this game today.
I mean, that could be the MVP sealed up, wrapped up and put a bow tie on it with Jordan Spencer finishing with those numbers. And even his averages across the year, averaging 19.7 points, which I'm sure after that Houghton will go up above 20. 11.8 assists, 7.4 rebounds. Just a brilliant leadership display from Jordan Spencer. And coached very, very well by Billy Beddoe, going to his main guys when he needed to, bringing guys in and out at the most important parts of the game. But Kestrels have got to feel like they've missed an opportunity there, Ben.
Yeah, I think they will feel like they had that. They had an opportunity to win that or to keep it to 6. I think the big turning point for me is Milton Keynes' defense in the latter part of the third and through the fourth quarter. I think they really stepped it up to create that run where they went up by 10. I think that's probably the most important thing in that game for them as a team. Also a note, for a Division 2 game, the quality of coaching we've seen by both coaches here is exceptionally high. Really a joy to watch from a coaching perspective, watching the counters employed by both coaches. So really excellent performance by both teams, and both teams should be very proud of what they've accomplished this season and with this game for the fans. What a fantastic performance, as both sets of fans here at the SSE are currently standing and applauding their teams.
Most definitely, and it comes down to 2 points. Across the entire season, it's come down to just 2 points here for the Breakers to beat the Kestrels by 8 points down at the Solent Sports Complex. But you've got to feel that you're not going to get many times in Division 2 where you have 2 dominant teams like this. 42 wins between them across the season. There are only 44 possible, obviously, and the one loss for each team coming to each other. But yeah, Milton Keynes very, very much he deserved this title this season. I mean, their scoring numbers have put it right in the forefront. They, as a team, average 109 points a game.
Yeah.
And defenses are going to struggle to put up with that every week.
Yeah, 109 points is it's a lot. It's a lot at this level, and it's always going to be a struggle to try and contain that kind of scoring. Now, to be fair, today they scored 104, but it took 40 points from Jordan Spencer in order to get them up to that number. Obviously, the emotions are going to be massively high for both groups now. Milton Keynes will feel elated. They'll feel, so happy to have accomplished a goal, not just to win a game or win a league, but to have accomplished a goal that they set out to accomplish from the start. Not even of this season, but really last season when they were in Division 3, they always knew this was their goal. Meanwhile, Kestrels will feel like they've let it slip a little bit. I don't know if you saw, Tom, but Ashley Briggs, after he missed the shot, rolled on the floor, and Matt Guyman came sprinting over to console him and talk to him and just say, hey, that's not where we lose the game right now. It's more than one shot that matters. So I think it speaks to the quality of the coaching on that side. But just a fantastic performance by both teams, a real joy to watch, and we can only congratulate Milton Keynes on that win and eventual promotion to Division 1.
Yeah, definitely, and they put Spencer on his back, and I believe at some point in the next few minutes we're going to have Jordan Spencer with an interview with Josh downstairs. But thank you from me, and thank you, Ben, for joining me. I know you've got a busy schedule ahead with the playoffs in WBBL, but thank you for coming down and joining us to read through this game.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you guys for having me. Really happy to be here. And as we say, Josh will be on shortly with an interview with the players.
And obviously, that's not the end of the season. We've still got the playoffs to come. Kestrels at a probable 2 seed now with Milton Keynes winning the league, but that will still mean a home playoff. So still a sonar production to come once the dates are confirmed. Keep an eye on all social media across the Kestrels social media to keep an eye out for that one. But as for us, thank you very much, and we'll hear from Josh and Jordan Spencer, the main man himself, very soon.
You have won the National League Division 2 South. How does that feel?
It's amazing, you know. Credit to Solent, they came out and threw that first punch. We were down big. And, you know, our away fans were amazing. I think we just gutted it out in the end. And, you know, I'm just so happy to be able to do that for Milton Keynes.
Not only did Milton Keynes win, you yourself had a night to remember. 39 points. That's got to be pretty proud.
Yeah. I mean, I was just trying to do what I have to do, you know. I mean, I had a mentality of, like, we have to win this game. You know, we don't want to play in D2 again. So, yeah, you know, I had the hot hand a little bit. My team kind of, you know, let me do my thing. And luckily, I was able to hit some shots.
You spoke about not wanting to play D2 again. So what's in the future for you? What's in the future for MK?
I mean, I'm just taking it, you know, one step at a time. I'm glad I was able to help Milton Keynes get to Division 1. And it's been a great season, including like the National Championship and things like that. But yeah, I'm just going to enjoy this with the guys right now and then, you know, hopefully go on and win the playoffs.
Looking back right at the start of the season, would you ever expect you would be in this position, both league and cup winners?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds, you know, a little bit confident, but with the talent we had on our team, the expectation was to win the league. And, you know, Solent came to our place first game of the season and handed us an L, and, you know, it put a lot of pressure on this final game because everyone was winning out. And yeah, again, it was a great game for British basketball, anyone tuning in, like back and forth, and, you know, luckily we was able to come out on top on that.
Well, congratulations and thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you, I appreciate it.